Chapter 3, Jews and the Left. I could never understand what Judaism had to do with Marxism, and why questioning the latter was tantamount to being disloyal to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Ralph de Toledano, 1996, 50, discussing his experiences with Eastern European Jewish intellectuals. Socialism, for many immigrant Jews, was not merely politics or an idea, it was an encompassing culture, a style of perceiving and judging through which to structure their lives. Irving Howe, 1982, 9. The association between Jews and the political left has been widely noticed and commented on beginning in the 19th century. Whatever their situation, in almost every country about which we have information, a segment of the Jewish community played a very vital role in movements designed to undermine the existing order. Rothman and Lichter, 1982, 110. On the surface at least, Jewish involvement in radical political activity may seem surprising. Marxism, at least as envisaged by Marx, is the very antithesis of Judaism. Marxism is an exemplar of a universalist ideology in which ethnic and nationalist barriers within the society and indeed between societies are eventually removed in the interests of social harmony, and a sense of communal interest. Moreover, Marx himself, though born of two ethnically Jewish parents, has been viewed by many as an anti-Semite. His critique of Judaism, On the Jewish Question, Marx 1843–1975, conceptualized Judaism as fundamentally concerned with egoistic money-seeking. It had achieved world domination by making both man and nature into saleable objects. Marx viewed Judaism as an abstract principle of human greed that would end in the communist society of the future. However, Marx argued against the idea that Jews must give up their Jewishness to be German citizens, and he envisioned that Judaism, freed from the principle of greed, would continue to exist in the transformed society after the Revolution. Katz, 1986, 113. Whatever Marx's views on the subject, a critical question in the following is whether acceptance of radical, universalist ideologies and participation in radical, universalist movements are compatible with Jewish identification. Does the adoption of such an ideology essentially remove one from the Jewish community and its traditional commitment to separatism and Jewish nationhood? Or, to rephrase this question in terms of my perspective, could the advocacy of radical, universalist ideologies and actions be compatible with continued participation in Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy? Notice that this question is different from the question of whether Jews as a group can be adequately characterized as advocating radical political solutions for Gentile societies. There is no implication that Judaism constitutes a unified movement or that all segments of the Jewish community have the same beliefs or attitudes toward the Gentile community. See Chapter 1. Jews may constitute a predominant or necessary element in radical political movements, and Jewish identification may be highly compatible with or even facilitate involvement in radical political movements without most Jews being involved in these movements, and even if Jews are a numerical minority within the movement. Radicalism and Jewish identification. The hypothesis that Jewish radicalism is compatible with Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy implies that radical Jews continue to identify as Jews. There is little doubt that the vast majority of the Jews who advocated leftist causes beginning in the late 19th century were strongly self-identified as Jews and saw no conflict between Judaism and radicalism. Marcus, 1983, 280 ff, Levin, 1977, 65, 1988, I, 4–5, Mishkinsky, 1968, 290, 291, Rothman and Lichter, 1982, 92–93, Sorin. 1985, Parsim. Indeed, the largest Jewish radical movements in both Russia and Poland were the Jewish Bunds, which had an exclusively Jewish membership and a very clear program of pursuing specifically Jewish interests. The proletarianism of the Polish Bund was really part of an attempt to preserve their national identity as Jews. Marcus, 1983, 282. Fraternity with the non-Jewish working class was intended to facilitate their specifically Jewish aims, and a similar statement can be made for the Russian Jewish Bund, Liebman 1979, 111 ff. Since the Bunds comprised by far the majority of the Jewish radical movement in these areas, the vast majority of Jews participating in radical movements in this period were strongly identified as Jews. Moreover, many Jewish members of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union appear to have been intent on establishing a form of secular Judaism rather than ending Jewish group continuity. The post-revolutionary Soviet government and the Jewish socialist movements struggled over the issue of the preservation of national identity, Levin 1988, Pincus 1988. Despite an official ideology in which nationalism and ethnic separatism were viewed as reactionary, the Soviet government was forced to come to grips with the reality of very strong ethnic and national identifications within the Soviet Union. As a result, a Jewish section of the Communist Party, Evsektsiya, was created. This section fought hard against the Zionist socialist parties, against democratic Jewish communities, against the Jewish faith and against Hebrew culture. It had, however, succeeded in shaping a secular life pattern based on Yiddish as the recognized national language of the Jewish nationality, in fighting for Jewish national survival in the 1920s, and in working in the 1930s to slow down the assimilatory process of the Sovietization of Jewish language and culture, Pincus 1988, 62. The result of these efforts was the development of a state-sponsored separatist Yiddish subculture, including Yiddish schools and even Yiddish Soviets. This separatist culture was very aggressively sponsored by the Evsektsiya. Reluctant Jewish parents were forced by terror to send their children to these culturally separatist schools rather than schools where the children would not have to relearn their subjects in the Russian language in order to pass entrance examinations, Gittelman 1991, 12. The themes of the prominent and officially honored Soviet Jewish writers in the 1930s also bespeak the importance of ethnic identity. The thrust of their prose, poetry and drama boiled down to one idea: the limitations on their rights under Tsarism and the flowering of once oppressed Jews under the sun of the Lenin-Stalin Constitution, Vaxburg 1994, 115. Further, beginning in 1942 and extending into the post-war period, the government-sponsored Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, JC, served to promote Jewish cultural and political interests, including an attempt to establish a Jewish republic in the Crimea, until it was dissolved by the government amid charges of Jewish nationalism, resistance to assimilation, and Zionist sympathies in 1948, Kostyashenko 1995, 30 ff, Vaxburg 1994, 112 ff. The leaders of the JC strongly identified as Jews. The following comments of JC leader Itzik Pfeffer on his attitudes during the war indicate a powerful sense of Jewish peoplehood extending backward in historical time. I spoke that I love my people. But who doesn't love one's own people? My interests in regard to the Crimea and Birobidzhan, an area of the Soviet Union designated for Jewish settlement, had been dictated by this. It seemed to me that only Stalin could rectify that historical injustice which had been created by the Roman emperors. It seemed to me that only the Soviet government could rectify this injustice, by creating a Jewish nation. In Kostyashenko 1995, 39. Despite their complete lack of identification with Judaism as a religion, and despite their battles against some of the more salient signs of Jewish group separatism, membership in the Soviet Communist Party by these Jewish activists was not incompatible with developing mechanisms designed to ensure Jewish group continuity as a secular entity. In the event, apart from the offspring of interethnic marriages, very few Jews lost their Jewish identity during the entire Soviet era, Gittelman 1991, 5, and the post-World War II years, saw a powerful strengthening of Jewish culture and Zionism in the Soviet Union. Beginning with the dissolution of the JC, the Soviet government initiated a campaign of repression against all manifestations of Jewish nationalism and Jewish culture, including closing Jewish theaters and museums and disbanding Jewish writers' unions. The issue of the Jewish identification of Bolsheviks who were Jews by birth is complex. Pipes, 1993, 102-104, asserts that Bolsheviks of Jewish background in the Tsarist period did not identify as Jews, although they were perceived by Gentiles as acting on behalf of Jewish interests and were subjected to antisemitism. For example, Leon Trotsky, the second most important Bolshevik behind Lenin, took great pains to avoid the appearance that he had any Jewish identity or that he had any interest in Jewish issues at all. It is difficult to believe that these radicals were wholly without a Jewish identity, given that they were regarded as Jews by others and were the target of anti-Semites. In general, anti-Semitism increases Jewish identification, separation and its discontents, 178-181. However, it is possible that in these cases Jewish identity was largely externally imposed. For example, the conflict in the 1920s between Stalin and the left opposition, led by Trotsky, Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamenev, and Grigory Solkenikov, all of whom were ethnic Jews, had strong overtones of a Jewish-Gentile group conflict. The obvious alienness allegedly uniting an entire block of candidates was a glaring circumstance. Waxberg 1994, 19, see also Ginsburg 1993, 53, Lindemann 1997, 452, Pincus 1988, 85-86, Rappaport 1990, 38, Rothman and Lichter 1982, 94. For all of the participants, the Jewish or Gentile backgrounds of their adversaries was highly salient, and indeed Sidney Hook, 1949, 464, notes that non-Jewish Stalinists used anti-Semitic arguments against the Trotskyists. Waxberg quotes Vyacheslav Molotov, Minister of Foreign Affairs and the second most prominent Soviet leader, as saying that Stalin passed over Kamenev because he wanted a non-Jew to head the government. Moreover, the internationalism of the Jewish bloc compared to the nationalism implicit in the Stalinist position, Lindemann 1997, 450, is more congruent with Jewish interests and certainly reflects a common theme of Jewish attitudes in post-Enlightenment societies generally. Throughout this period into the 1930s for the Kremlin and the Lubyanka, the Russian secret police, it was not religion but blood that determined Jewishness, Waxberg 1994, 64. Indeed, the secret police used ethnic outsiders, for example, Jews in the traditionally anti-Semitic Ukraine, as agents because they would have less sympathy with the natives. Lindemann 1997, 443, a policy that makes excellent evolutionary sense. Jewish ethnic background was thus important not only to Gentiles but was subjectively important to Jews as well. When the secret police wanted to investigate a Jewish agent, they recruited a pure Jewish maiden to develop an intimate relationship with him, implicitly assuming that the operation would work better if the relationship was intra-ethnic. Waxberg 1994, 44n. Similarly, there has been a pronounced tendency for leftist Jews to idolize other Jews, such as Trotsky and Rosa Luxemburg, rather than leftist Gentiles, as in Poland, Schatz 1991, 62, 89, even though some scholars have serious doubts about the Jewish identifications of these two revolutionaries. Indeed, Hook, 1949, 465, finds a perception among leftists that there was an ethnic basis for the attraction of Jewish intellectuals to Trotsky. In the words of one, it is not by accident that 3/4 of the Trotskyist leaders are Jews. There is, then, considerable evidence that Jewish Bolsheviks generally retained at least a residual Jewish identity. In some cases this Jewish identity may indeed have been reactive, i.e., resulting from others' perceptions. For example, Rosa Luxemburg may have had a reactive Jewish identity, since she was perceived as a Jew despite the fact that she was the most critical of her own people, descending at times to merciless abuse of other Jews. Shepard 1993, 118. Nevertheless, Luxemburg's only important sexual relationship was with a Jew, and she continued to maintain ties to her family. Lindemann, 1997, 178, comments that the conflict between Luxemburg's revolutionary left and the social democratic reformists in Germany had overtones of German Jewish ethnic conflict, given the large percentage and high visibility of Jews among the former. By World War I, Luxemburg's dwindling friendships within the party had become more exclusively Jewish, whereas her contempt for the, mostly non-Jewish, leaders of the party became more open and vitriolic. Her references to the leadership were often laced with characteristically Jewish phrases. The leaders of the party were Shabbos Goyim of the bourgeoisie. For many right-wing Germans, Luxemburg became the most detested of all revolutionaries, the personification of the destructive Jewish alien, p. 402. Given these findings, the possibilities that Luxemburg was in fact a crypto-Jew or that she was engaged in self-deception regarding her Jewish identity, the latter a common enough occurrence among Jewish radicals, see below, seem to be at least as likely as supposing that she did not identify as a Jew at all. In terms of social identity theory, antisemitism would make it difficult to adopt the identity of the surrounding culture. Traditional Jewish separatist practices combined with economic competition tend to result in antisemitism, but antisemitism in turn makes Jewish assimilation more difficult because it becomes more difficult for Jews to accept a non-Jewish identity. Thus in the interwar period in Poland, Jewish cultural assimilation increased substantially. By 1939, one-half of Jewish high school students called Polish their native language. However, the continuation of traditional Jewish culture among a substantial proportion of Jews and its correlative antisemitism resulted in a barrier for Jews in adopting a Polish identification. Charts 1991, 34-35. From the standpoint of Gentiles, however, anti-Semitic reactions to individuals like Luxemburg and other outwardly assimilating Jews may be viewed as resulting from an attempt to prevent deception by erring on the side of exaggerating the extent to which people who are ethnically Jews identify as Jews and are consciously attempting to advance specifically Jewish interests. See Separation and its Discontents, pages 11-15. Such perceptions of secular Jews and Jews who converted to Christianity have been a common feature of antisemitism in the post-Enlightenment world, and indeed, such Jews often maintained informal social and business networks that resulted in marriages with other baptized Jews and Jewish families who had not changed their surface religion. See Separation and its Discontents, chapters 5 and 6. I suggest that it is not possible to conclusively establish the Jewish identification or lack of it of ethnically Jewish Bolsheviks prior to the revolution and in the post-revolutionary period when ethnic Jews had a great deal of power in the Soviet Union. Several factors favor our supposing that Jewish identification occurred in a substantial percentage of ethnic Jews. 1. People were classified as Jews depending on their ethnic background at least partly because of residual antisemitism. This would tend to impose a Jewish identity on these individuals and make it difficult to assume an exclusive identity as a member of a larger, more inclusive political group. 2. Many Jewish Bolsheviks, such as those in Evsektsiya and the JC, aggressively sought to establish a secular Jewish subculture. 3. Very few Jews on the left envisioned a post-revolutionary society without a continuation of Judaism as a group. Indeed, the predominant ideology among Jewish leftists was that post-revolutionary society would end antisemitism, because it would end class conflict and the peculiar Jewish occupational profile. 4. The behavior of American communists shows that Jewish identity and the primacy of Jewish interests over communist interests were commonplace among individuals who were ethnically Jewish communists, see below. 5. The existence of Jewish crypsis in other times and places combined with the possibility that self-deception, identificatory flexibility, and identificatory ambivalence are important components of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. See Separation and its Discontents, chapter 8. This last possibility is particularly interesting and will be elaborated below. The best evidence that individuals have really ceased to have a Jewish identity is if they choose a political option that they perceive as clearly not in the interests of Jews as a group. In the absence of a clearly perceived conflict with Jewish interests, it remains possible that different political choices among ethnic Jews are only differences in tactics for how best to achieve Jewish interests. In the case of the Jewish members of the American Communist Party, CPUSA, reviewed below, the best evidence that ethnically Jewish members continued to have a Jewish identity, is that in general their support for the CPUSA waxed and waned depending on whether Soviet policies were perceived as violating specific Jewish interests, such as support for Israel or opposition to Nazi Germany. Jewish identification is a complex area where surface declarations may be deceptive. Indeed, Jews may not consciously know how strongly they identify with Judaism. Silberman, 1985, 184, for example, notes that around the time of the 1967 Arab-Israeli War, many Jews could identify with the statement of Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel that I had not known how Jewish I was, in Silberman 1985, 184, emphasis in text. Silberman comments, this was the response, not of some newcomer to Judaism or casual devotee but of the man whom many, myself included, consider the greatest Jewish spiritual leader of our time. Many others made the same surprising discovery about themselves. Arthur Hertzberg, 1979, 210, wrote, the immediate reaction of American Jewry to the crisis was far more intense and widespread than anyone could have foreseen. Many Jews would never have believed that grave danger to Israel could dominate their thoughts and emotions to the exclusion of everything else. Consider the case of Polina Zimhushina, the wife of Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Molotov, Premier of the USSR during the 1930s, and a prominent revolutionary, who joined the Communist Party in 1918. Among other accomplishments, she was a member of the party Central Committee. When Golda Meir visited the Soviet Union in 1948, Zimhushina repeatedly uttered the phrase Ich bin a Yiddische Tochter, I am a daughter of the Jewish people. When Meir asked how she spoke Yiddish so well, Rubenstein 1996, 262. She parted from the Israeli delegation, with tears in her eyes, saying I wish all will go well for you there and then it will be good for all the Jews, Rubenstein 1996, 262. Waxberg, 1994, 192, describes her as an iron Stalinist, but her fanaticism did not keep her from being a good Jewish daughter. Consider also the case of Ilya Irinberg, the prominent Soviet journalist and anti-fascist propagandist for the Soviet Union whose life is described in a book whose title, Tangled Loyalties, Rubenstein 1996, illustrates the complexities of Jewish identity in the Soviet Union. Irinberg was a loyal Stalinist, supporting the Soviet line on Zionism and refusing to condemn Soviet anti-Jewish actions, Rubenstein 1996. Nevertheless, Irinberg held Zionist views, maintained Jewish associational patterns, believed in the uniqueness of the Jewish people, and was deeply concerned about anti-Semitism and the Holocaust. Irinberg was an organizing member of the JSC, which advocated Jewish cultural revival and greater contact with Jews abroad. A writer friend described him as first of all a Jew. Irinberg had rejected his origins with all his being, disguised himself in the West, smoking Dutch tobacco and making his travel plans at Cook's. But he did not erase the Jew, p. 204. Irinberg never denied his Jewish origins and near the end of his life often repeated the defiant conviction that he would consider himself a Jew as long as there was a single anti-Semite left on earth, Rubenstein 1996, 13. In a famous article, he cited a statement that blood exists in two forms, the blood that flows inside the veins and the blood that flows out of the veins. Why do I say, we Jews? Because of blood, p. 259. Indeed, his intense loyalty to Stalin's regime and his silence about Soviet brutalities involving the murder of millions of its citizens during the 1930s may have been motivated largely by his view that the Soviet Union was a bulwark against fascism, pages 143 to 145. No transgression angered him more than anti-Semitism, p. 313. A powerful residual Jewish identity in a prominent Bolshevik can also be seen in the following comment on the reaction of ethnic Jews to the emergence of Israel. It seemed that all Jews, regardless of age, profession, or social status, felt responsible for the distant little state that had become a symbol of national revival. Even the Soviet Jews who had seemed irrevocably assimilated were now under the spell of the Middle Eastern miracle. Yekaterina Davidovna, Golda Gorbaman, was a fanatic Bolshevik and internationalist, and wife of Marshal Clement Voroshilov, and in her youth she had been excommunicated as an unbeliever, but now she struck her relatives dumb by saying, "Now at last we have our motherland, too." Kostyashenko 1995, 102. The point is that the Jewish identity of even a highly assimilated Jew, and even one who has subjectively rejected a Jewish identity, may surface at times of crisis to the group or when Jewish identification conflicts with any other identity that a Jew might have, including identification as a political radical. As expected on the basis of social identity theory, Elusar, 1980, notes that in times of perceived threat to Judaism, there is a great increase in group identification among even very marginal Jews, as during the Yom Kippur War. As a result, assertions regarding Jewish identification that failed to take account of perceived threats to Judaism may seriously underestimate the extent of Jewish commitment. Surface declarations of a lack of Jewish identity may be highly misleading. And as we shall see, there is good evidence for widespread self-deception about Jewish identity among Jewish radicals. Moreover, there is good evidence that both in the Tsarist period and in the post-revolutionary period, Jewish Bolsheviks perceived their activities as entirely congruent with Jewish interests. The revolution ended the officially anti-Semitic Tsarist government, and although popular anti-Semitism continued in the post-revolutionary period, the government officially outlawed anti-Semitism. Jews were highly overrepresented in positions of economic and political power as well as cultural influence at least into the 1940s. It was also a government that aggressively attempted to destroy all vestiges of Christianity as a socially unifying force within the Soviet Union, while at the same time it established a secular Jewish subculture so that Judaism would not lose its group continuity or its unifying mechanisms such as the Yiddish language. It is doubtful, therefore, that Soviet Jewish Bolsheviks ever had to choose between a Jewish identity and a Bolshevik identity, at least in the pre-revolutionary period, and into the 1930s. Given this congruence of what one might term identificatory self-interest, it is quite possible that individual Jewish Bolsheviks would deny or ignore their Jewish identities, perhaps aided by mechanisms of self-deception, while they nevertheless may well have retained a Jewish identity that would have surfaced only if a clear conflict between Jewish interests and communist policies occurred. Communism and Jewish identification in Poland. Schatz's, 1991, work on the group of Jewish communists who came to power in Poland after World War II, termed by Schatz the Generation, is important because it sheds light on the identificatory processes of an entire generation of communist Jews in Eastern Europe. Unlike the situation in the Soviet Union where the predominantly Jewish faction led by Trotsky was defeated, it is possible to trace the activities and identifications of a Jewish communist elite who actually obtained political power and held it for a significant period. The great majority of this group were socialized in very traditional Jewish families whose inner life, customs and folklore, religious traditions, leisure time, contacts between generations, and ways of socializing were, despite variations, essentially permeated by traditional Jewish values and norms of conduct. The core of cultural heritage was handed down to them through formal religious education and practice, through holiday celebrations, tales and songs, through the stories told by parents and grandparents, through listening to discussions among their elders. The result was a deep core of their identity, values, norms, and attitudes with which they entered the rebellious period of their youth and adulthood. This core was to be transformed in the processes of acculturation, secularization, and radicalization, sometimes even to the point of explicit denial. However, it was through this deep layer that all later perceptions were filtered. Schatz 1991, 37-38, My emphasis. Note the implication that self-deceptive processes were at work here. Members of the generation denied the effects of a pervasive socialization experience that colored all of their subsequent perceptions, so that in a very real sense, they did not know how Jewish they were. Most of these individuals spoke Yiddish in their daily lives and had only a poor command of Polish even after joining the party, p. 54. They socialized entirely with other Jews whom they met in the Jewish world of work, neighborhood, and Jewish social and political organizations. After they became communists, they dated and married among themselves, and their social gatherings were conducted in Yiddish, p. 116. As is the case for all of the Jewish intellectual and political movements discussed in this volume, their mentors and principal influences were other ethnic Jews, including especially Luxemburg and Trotsky, pages 62, 89, and when they recalled personal heroes, they were mostly Jews whose exploits achieved semi-mythical proportions, p. 112. Jews who joined the communist movement did not first reject their ethnic identity, and there were many who cherished Jewish culture, and dreamed of a society in which Jews would be equal as Jews, p. 48. Indeed, it was common for individuals to combine a strong Jewish identity with Marxism as well as various combinations of Zionism and Bundism. Moreover, the attraction of Polish Jews to communism was greatly facilitated by their knowledge that Jews had attained high-level positions of power and influence in the Soviet Union, and that the Soviet government had established a system of Jewish education and culture, p. 60. In both the Soviet Union and Poland, communism was seen as opposing anti-Semitism. In marked contrast, during the 1930s the Polish government developed policies in which Jews were excluded from public sector employment, quotas were placed on Jewish representation in universities and the professions, and government-organized boycotts of Jewish businesses and artisans were staged. Hagen 1996. Clearly, Jews perceived communism as good for Jews. It was a movement that did not threaten Jewish group continuity, and it held the promise of power and influence for Jews and the end of state-sponsored anti-Semitism. At one end of the spectrum of Jewish identification were communists who began their career in the Bund or in Zionist organizations, spoke Yiddish, and worked entirely within a Jewish milieu. Jewish and communist identities were completely sincere, without ambivalence or perceived conflict between these two sources of identity. At the other end of the spectrum of Jewish identification, some Jewish communists may have intended to establish a de-ethnicized state without Jewish group continuity, although the evidence for this is less than compelling. In the pre-war period even the most de-ethnicized Jews only outwardly assimilated by dressing like Gentiles, taking Gentile-sounding names, suggesting deception, and learning their languages. They attempted to recruit Gentiles into the movement but did not assimilate or attempt to assimilate into Polish culture. They retained traditional Jewish disdainful and supercilious attitudes toward what, as Marxists, they viewed as a retarded Polish peasant culture, p. 119. Even the most highly assimilated Jewish communists working in urban areas with non-Jews were upset by the Soviet-German non-aggression pact but were relieved when the German-Soviet War finally broke out, p. 121, a clear indication that Jewish personal identity remained quite close to the surface. The Communist Party of Poland, KPP, also retained a sense of promoting specifically Jewish interests, rather than blind allegiance to the Soviet Union. Indeed, Schatz, p. 102, suggests that Stalin dissolved the KPP in 1938 because of the presence of Trotskyists within the KPP and because the Soviet leadership expected the KPP to be opposed to the alliance with Nazi Germany. In Separation and Its Discontents, Chapter 8, it was noted that identificatory ambivalence has been a consistent feature of Judaism since the Enlightenment. It is interesting that Polish Jewish activists showed a great deal of identificatory ambivalence stemming ultimately from the contradiction between the belief in some kind of Jewish collective existence and, at the same time, a rejection of such an ethnic communion, as it was thought incompatible with class divisions and harmful to the general political struggle, striving to maintain a specific kind of Jewish culture and, at the same time, a view of this as a mere ethnic form of the communist message. instrumental in incorporating Jews into the Polish socialist community, and maintaining separate Jewish institutions while at the same time desiring to eliminate Jewish separateness as such, p. 234. It will be apparent in the following that the Jews, including Jewish communists at the highest levels of the government, continued as a cohesive, identifiable group. However, although they themselves appear not to have noticed the Jewish collective nature of their experience, p. 240, it was observable to others, a clear example of self-deception also evident in the case of American Jewish leftists, as noted below. These Jewish communists were also engaged in elaborate rationalizations and self-deceptions related to the role of the communist movement in Poland, so that one cannot take the lack of evidence for overt Jewish ethnic identity as strong evidence of a lack of a Jewish identity. Cognitive and emotional anomalies, unfree, mutilated, and distorted thoughts and emotions, became the price for retaining their beliefs unchanged. Adjusting their experiences to their beliefs was achieved through mechanisms of interpreting, suppressing, justifying, or explaining away, p. 191. As much as they were able to skillfully apply their critical thinking to penetrative analyses of the socio-political system they rejected, as much were they blocked when it came to applying the same rules of critical analysis to the system they regarded as the future of all mankind, p. 192. This combination of self-deceptive rationalization as well as considerable evidence of a Jewish identity can be seen in the comments of Jakub Berman, one of the most prominent leaders of the post-war era. All three communist leaders who dominated Poland between 1948 and 1956, Berman, Boleslav Bierut, and Hilary Mink, were Jews. Regarding the purges and murders of thousands of communists, including many Jews, in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, Berman states, "I tried as best I could to explain what was happening, to clarify the background, the situations full of conflict and internal contradictions in which Stalin had probably found himself and which forced him to act as he did, and to exaggerate the mistakes of the opposition, which assumed grotesque proportions in the subsequent charges against them and were further blown up by Soviet propaganda. You had to have a great deal of endurance and dedication to the cause then in order to accept what was happening despite all the distortions, injuries and torments." In Taranska 1987, 207. As to his Jewish identity, Berman responded as follows when asked about his plans after the war. "I didn't have any particular plans. But I was aware of the fact that as a Jew I either shouldn't or wouldn't be able to fill any of the highest posts. Besides, I didn't mind not being in the front ranks, not because I'm particularly humble by nature, but because it's not at all the case that you have to project yourself into a position of prominence in order to wield real power. The important thing to me was to exert my influence, leave my stamp on the complicated government formation, which was being created, but without projecting myself. Naturally, this required a certain agility." In Taranska 1987, 237. Clearly Berman identifies himself as a Jew and is well aware that others perceive him as a Jew and that therefore he must deceptively lower his public profile. Berman also notes that he was under suspicion as a Jew during the Soviet anti-cosmopolite campaign beginning in the late 1940s. His brother, an activist in the Central Committee of Polish Jews, the organization for establishing a secular Jewish culture in Communist Poland, emigrated to Israel in 1950 to avoid the consequences of the Soviet-inspired anti-Semitic policies in Poland. Berman comments that he did not follow his brother to Israel even though his brother strongly urged him to do so. "I was, of course, interested in what was going on in Israel, especially since I was quite familiar with the people there." In Taranska 1987, 322. Obviously, Berman's brother viewed Berman not as a non-Jew but, rather, as a Jew who should emigrate to Israel because of incipient anti-Semitism. The close ties of family and friendship between a very high official in the Polish communist government and an activist in the organization promoting Jewish secular culture in Poland also strongly suggest that there was no perceived incompatibility with identifications as a Jew and as a communist even among the most assimilated Polish communists of the period. While Jewish members saw the KPP as beneficial to Jewish interests, the party was perceived by Gentile Poles even before the war as pro-Soviet, anti-patriotic, and ethnically not truly Polish. Schartz 1991, 82. This perception of lack of patriotism was the main source of popular hostility to the KPP. Schartz 1991, 91. On the one hand, for much of its existence the KPP had been at war not only with the Polish state, but with its entire body politic, including the legal opposition parties of the left. On the other hand, in the eyes of the great majority of Poles, the KPP was a foreign, subversive agency of Moscow, bent on the destruction of Poland's hard-won independence, and the incorporation of Poland into the Soviet Union. Labeled a Soviet agency or the Jew Commune, it was viewed as a dangerous and fundamentally unpolished conspiracy dedicated to undermining national sovereignty and restoring, in a new guise, Russian domination. Kutuvades and Reynolds 1986, 115. The KPP backed the Soviet Union in the Polish-Soviet War of 1919 to 1920 and in the Soviet invasion of 1939. It also accepted the 1939 border with the USSR and was relatively unconcerned with the Soviet massacre of Polish prisoners of war during World War II, whereas the Polish government in exile in London held nationalist views of these matters. The Soviet army and its Polish allies, led by cold-blooded political calculation, military necessities, or both, allowed the uprising of the Home Army, faithful to the non-communist Polish government in exile, to be defeated by the Germans, resulting in 200,000 dead, thus wiping out the cream of the anti- and non-communist activist elite. Schartz 1991, 188. The Soviets also arrested surviving non-communist resistance leaders immediately after the war. Moreover, as was the case with the CPUSA, actual Jewish leadership and involvement in Polish communism was much greater than surface appearances. Ethnic Poles were recruited and promoted to high positions in order to lessen the perception that the KPP was a Jewish movement. Schartz 1991, 97. This attempt to deceptively lower the Jewish profile of the communist movement was also apparent in the ZPP. The ZPP refers to the Union of Polish Patriots, an Orwellian-named Communist Front organization created by the Soviet Union to occupy Poland after the war. Apart from members of the generation whose political loyalties could be counted on and who formed the leadership core of the group, Jews were often discouraged from joining the movement out of fear that the movement would appear too Jewish. However, Jews who could physically pass as Poles were allowed to join and were encouraged to state they were ethnic Poles and to change their names to Polish-sounding names. Not everyone was approached to engage in deception, and some were spared such proposals because nothing could be done with them. They just looked too Jewish. Schartz 1991, 185. When this group came to power after the war, they advanced Soviet political, economic, and cultural interests in Poland while aggressively pursuing specifically Jewish interests, including the destruction of the nationalist political opposition whose openly expressed antisemitism, derived at least partly from the fact that Jews were perceived as favoring Soviet domination. The purge of Władysław Gomułka's group shortly after the war resulted in the promotion of Jews and the complete banning of antisemitism. Moreover, the general opposition between the Jewish-dominated Polish communist government supported by the Soviets and the nationalist, anti-Semitic underground helped forge the allegiance of the great majority of the Jewish population to the communist government, while the great majority of non-Jewish Poles favored the anti-Soviet parties. Schartz 1991, 204-205. The result was widespread anti-Semitism. By the summer of 1947, approximately 1,500 Jews had been killed in incidents at 155 localities. In the words of Cardinal Hlond in 1946, commenting on an incident in which 41 Jews were killed, the pogrom was due to the Jews who today occupy leading positions in Poland's government and endeavor to introduce a governmental structure that the majority of the Poles do not wish to have. In Schartz 1991, 107. The Jewish-dominated communist government actively sought to revive and perpetuate Jewish life in Poland. Schartz 1991, 208, so that, as in the case of the Soviet Union, there was no expectation that Judaism would wither away under a communist regime. Jewish activists had an ethno-political vision in which Jewish secular culture would continue in Poland with the cooperation and approval of the government, Schartz 1991, 230. Thus, while the government campaigned actively against the political and cultural power of the Catholic Church, collective Jewish life flourished in the post-war period. Yiddish and Hebrew language schools and publications were established, as well as a great variety of cultural and social welfare organizations for Jews. A substantial percentage of the Jewish population was employed in Jewish economic cooperatives. Moreover, the Jewish-dominated government regarded the Jewish population, many of whom had not previously been communists, as a reservoir that could be trusted and enlisted in its efforts to rebuild the country. Although not old, tested comrades, they were not rooted in the social networks of the anti-communist society, they were outsiders with regard to its historically shaped traditions, without connections to the Catholic Church, and hated by those who hated the regime. Thus they could be depended on and used to fill the required positions, Schartz 1991, 212-213. Jewish ethnic background was particularly important in recruiting for the Internal Security Service. The generation of Jewish communists realized that their power derived entirely from the Soviet Union and that they would have to resort to coercion in order to control a fundamentally hostile non-communist society, p. 262. The core members of the security service came from the Jewish communists who had been communists before the establishment of the Polish communist government, but these were joined by other Jews sympathetic to the government and alienated from the wider society. This in turn reinforced the popular image of Jews as servants of foreign interests and enemies of ethnic Poles, Schartz 1991, 225. Jewish members of the Internal Security Force often appear to have been motivated by personal rage and a desire for revenge related to their Jewish identity. Their families had been murdered, and the anti-communist underground was, in their perception, a continuation of essentially the same anti-Semitic and anti-communist tradition. They hated those who had collaborated with the Nazis and those who opposed the new order with almost the same intensity and knew that as communists, or as both communists and Jews, they were hated at least in the same way. In their eyes, the enemy was essentially the same. The old evil deeds had to be punished and new ones prevented, and a merciless struggle was necessary before a better world could be built. Schartz 1991, 226. As in the case of post-World War II Hungary, see below, Poland became polarized between a predominantly Jewish ruling and administrative class supported by the rest of the Jewish population and by Soviet military power, arrayed against the great majority of the native Gentile population. The situation was exactly analogous to the many instances in traditional societies where Jews formed a middle layer between an alien ruling elite, in this case the Soviets, and the Gentile native population, see A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 5. However, this intermediary role made the former outsiders into an elite group in Poland, and the former champions of social justice went to great lengths to protect their own personal prerogatives, including a great deal of rationalization and self-deception, p. 261. Indeed, when a defector's accounts of the elite's lavish lifestyle, for example, Boleslav Bierut had 4 villas and the use of 5 others, Taranska 1987, 28, their corruption, as well as their role as Soviet agents became known in 1954, there were shock waves throughout the lower levels of the party, p. 266. Clearly, the sense of moral superiority, and the altruistic motivations of this group were entirely in their own self-deceptions. Although attempts were made to place a Polish face on what was in reality a Jewish-dominated government, such attempts were limited by the lack of trustworthy Poles able to fill positions in the Communist Party, government administration, the military and the internal security forces. Jews who had severed formal ties with the Jewish community, or who had changed their names to Polish-sounding names, or who could pass as Poles because of their physical appearance or lack of a Jewish accent were favored in promotions, p. 214. Whatever the subjective personal identities of the individuals recruited into these government positions, the recruiters were clearly acting on the perceived ethnic background of the individual, as a cue to dependability, and the result was that the situation resembled the many instances in traditional societies where Jews and crypto-Jews developed economic and political networks of coreligionists. Besides a group of influential politicians, too small to be called a category, there were the soldiers, the apparatchiks and the administrators, the intellectuals and ideologists, the policemen, the diplomats, and finally, the activists in the Jewish sector. There also existed the mass of common people, clerks, craftsmen, and workers, whose common denominator with the others was a shared ideological vision, a past history, and the essentially similar mode of ethnic aspiration, p. 226. It is revealing that when Jewish economic and political domination gradually decreased in the mid to late 1950s, many of these individuals began working in the Jewish economic cooperatives, and Jews purged from the Internal Security Service were aided by Jewish organizations funded ultimately by American Jews. There can be little doubt of their continuing Jewish identity, and the continuation of Jewish economic and cultural separatism. Indeed, after the collapse of the communist regime in Poland, numerous Jews, some of them children and grandchildren of former communists, came out of the closet. Antisemitism Worldwide 1994, 115, openly adopting a Jewish identity and reinforcing the idea that many Jewish communists were in fact crypto-Jews. When the anti-Zionist anti-Semitic movement in the Soviet Union filtered down to Poland following the Soviet policy change toward Israel in the late 1940s, there was another crisis of identity resulting from the belief that anti-Semitism and communism were incompatible. One response was to engage in ethnic self-abnegation by making statements denying the existence of a Jewish identity. Another advised Jews to adopt a low profile. Because of the very strong identification with the system among Jews, the general tendency was to rationalize even their own persecution during the period when Jews were gradually being purged from important positions, even when the methods grew surprisingly painful and harsh, when the goal of forcing one to admit uncommitted crimes and to frame others became clear, and when the perception of being unjustly treated by methods that contradicted communist ethos came forth. The basic ideological convictions stayed untouched. Thus their holy madness triumphed, even in the prison cells, p. 260. In the end, an important ingredient in the anti-Jewish campaign of the 1960s was the assertion that the communist Jews of the generation opposed the Soviet Union's Mideast policy favoring the Arabs. As with Jewish groups throughout the ages, see A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 3, the anti-Jewish purges did not result in their abandoning their group commitment even when it resulted in unjust persecutions. Instead, it resulted in increased commitment, unswerving ideological discipline, and obedience to the point of self-deception. They regarded the party as the collective personification of the progressive forces of history and, regarding themselves as its servants, expressed a specific kind of teleological deductive dogmatism, revolutionary haughtiness, and moral ambiguity, pages 260 to 261. Indeed, there is some indication that group cohesiveness increased as the fortunes of the generation declined, p. 301. As their position was gradually eroded by a nascent anti-Semitic Polish nationalism, they became ever more conscious of their groupness. After their final defeat they quickly lost any Polish identity they might have had and quickly assumed overtly Jewish identities, especially in Israel, the destination of most Polish Jews. They came to see their former anti-Zionism as a mistake and became now strong supporters of Israel, p. 314. In conclusion, Schatz's treatment shows that the generation of Jewish communists and their ethnically Jewish supporters must be considered as an historic Jewish group. The evidence indicates that this group pursued specifically Jewish interests, including especially their interest in securing Jewish group continuity in Poland while at the same time attempting to destroy institutions like the Catholic Church and other manifestations of Polish nationalism that promoted social cohesion among Poles. The communist government also combated anti-Semitism, and it promoted Jewish economic and political interests. While the extent of subjective Jewish identity among this group undoubtedly varied, the evidence indicates submerged and self-deceptive levels of Jewish identity even among the most assimilated of them. The entire episode illustrates the complexity of Jewish identification, and it exemplifies the importance of self-deception and rationalization as central aspects of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. See Separation and its Discontents, chapters 7 and 8. There was massive self-deception and rationalization regarding the role of the Jewish-dominated government and its Jewish supporters in eliminating Gentile nationalist elites, of its role in opposing Polish national culture and the Catholic Church while building up a secular Jewish culture, of its role as the agent of Soviet domination of Poland, and of its own economic success while administering an economy that harnessed the economy of Poland to meet Soviet interests and demanded hardship and sacrifices from the rest of the people. Radicalism and Jewish identification in the United States and England. From the origins of the movement in the late 19th century, a strong sense of Jewish identification also characterized American Jewish radicals, for example, the Union of Hebrew Trades and the Jewish Socialist Federation, see Levin 1977, Liebman 1979. In Soren's 1985 study of Jewish radicals who immigrated to the United States early in the 20th century, only 7% were hostile to any form of Jewish separatism. Over 70% were imbued with positive Jewish consciousness. The great majority were significantly caught up in a web of overlapping institutions, affiliations, and Jewish social formations, p. 119. Moreover, at the very most 26 of 95 radicals were in Soren's hostile, ambivalent, or assimilationist categories, but in some if not all of the cases, these were persons struggling, often creatively, to synthesize new identities, p. 115. A major theme of this chapter is that a great many avowedly deracinated Jewish radicals had self-deceptive images of their lack of Jewish identification. The following comment about a very prominent American Jewish radical, Emma Goldman, illustrates the general trend. The pages of the magazine Mother Earth that Emma Goldman edited from 1906 to 1917 are filled with Yiddish stories, tales from the Talmud, and translations of Morris Rosenfeld's poetry. Moreover, her commitment to anarchism did not divert her from speaking and writing, openly and frequently, about the particular burdens Jews faced in a world in which anti-Semitism was a living enemy. Apparently, Emma Goldman's faith in anarchism, with its emphasis on universalism, did not result from and was not dependent on a casting off of Jewish identity. Soren 1985, 8, italics in text. 20th century American Jewish radicalism was a specifically Jewish subculture, or contraculture to use Arthur Liebman's 1979, 37, term. The American Jewish left never removed itself from the wider Jewish community, and, indeed, membership of Jews in the movement fluctuated depending on whether these movements clashed with specifically Jewish interests. Fundamentally, the Jewish Old Left, including the unions, the leftist press, and the leftist fraternal orders, which were often associated with a synagogue, Liebman 1979, 284, were part of the wider Jewish community, and when the Jewish working class declined, specifically Jewish concerns and identity gained increasing prominence as the importance of radical political beliefs declined. This tendency for Jewish members of leftist organizations to concern themselves with specifically Jewish affairs increased after 1930 primarily because of recurring gaps between specific Jewish interests and universalist leftist causes at that time. This phenomenon occurred within the entire spectrum of leftist organizations, including organizations such as the Communist Party and the Socialist Party, whose membership also included Gentiles, Liebman 1979, 267 ff. Jewish separatism in leftist movements was facilitated by a very traditional aspect of Jewish separatism, the use of an in-group language. Yiddish eventually became highly valued for its unifying effect on the Jewish labor movement and its ability to cement ties to the wider Jewish community. Levin 1977, 210, Liebman 1979, 259-260. The Landsmannschaften, Jewish social clubs, the Yiddish press and theater, East Side socialist cafes, literary societies and Ferenz, which were so much a part of Jewish socialist culture, created an unmistakable Jewish milieu, which the shop, union, or socialist party could not possibly duplicate. Even the class enemy, the Jewish employer, spoke Yiddish, Levin 1977, 210. Indeed, the socialist educational program of the Workmen's Circle, the largest Jewish labor fraternal order in the early 20th century, failed at first, prior to 1916, because of the absence of Yiddish and Jewish content. Even radical Jewish parents wanted their children to learn Yiddish and know something about their people. Liebman 1979, 292. These schools succeeded when they began including a Jewish curriculum, with a stress on Jewish peoplehood. They persisted through the 1940s as Jewish schools with a socialist ideology which stressed the idea that a concern for social justice was the key to Jewish survival in the modern world. Clearly, socialism and liberal politics had become a form of secular Judaism. The organization had been transformed over its history from a radical labor fraternal order with Jewish members into a Jewish fraternal order with liberal sentiments and a socialist heritage. Liebman 1979, 295. Similarly, the communist-oriented Jewish subculture, including organizations such as the International Workers' Order, IWO, included Yiddish-speaking sections. One such section, the Jewish People's Fraternal Order, JPFO, was an affiliate of the American Jewish Congress, AJ Congress, and was listed as a subversive organization by the U.S. Attorney General. The JPFO had 50,000 members and was the financial and organizational bulwark of the CPUSA after World War II. It also provided critical funding for the Daily Worker and the Morning Freiheit, Svonkin 1997, 166. Consistent with the present emphasis on the compatibility of communism, radicalism and Jewish identity, it funded children's educational programs that promulgated a strong relationship between Jewish identity and radical concerns. The IWO Yiddish schools and summer camps, which continued into the 1960s, stressed Jewish culture and even reinterpreted Marxism not as a theory of class struggle but as a theory of struggle for Jewish freedom from oppression. Although the AJ Congress eventually severed its ties with the JPFO during the Cold War period and stated that communism was a threat, it was at best a reluctant and unenthusiastic participant, Svonkin 1997, 132, in the Jewish effort to develop a public image of anti-communism, a position reflecting the sympathies of many among its predominantly second- and third-generation Eastern European immigrant membership. David Horowitz, 1997, 42, describes the world of his parents who had joined a shul run by the CPUSA in which Jewish holidays were given a political interpretation. Psychologically, these people might as well have been in 18th-century Poland. What my parents had done in joining the Communist Party and moving to Sunnyside was to return to the ghetto. There was the same shared private language, the same hermetically sealed universe, the same dual posturing revealing one face to the outer world and another to the tribe. More importantly, there was the same conviction of being marked for persecution and specially ordained, the sense of moral superiority toward the stronger and more numerous Goyim outside. And there was the same fear of expulsion for heretical thoughts, which was the fear that riveted the chosen to the faith. A strong sense of Jewish peoplehood was also characteristic of the leftist Yiddish press. Thus a letter writer to the radical Jewish Daily Forward complained that his non-religious parents were upset because he wanted to marry a non-Jew. He wrote to the Forward on the presumption that he would find sympathy, only to discover that the socialist and free-thinking editors of the paper insisted, that it was imperative that he marry a Jew and that he continue to identify with the Jewish community. Those who read the foreword knew that the commitment of Jews to remain Jewish was beyond question and discussion. Hertzberg 1989, 211-212. The foreword had the largest circulation of any Jewish periodical in the world into the 1930s and maintained close ties to the Socialist Party. Werner Cohen, 1958, 621, describes the general milieu of the immigrant Jewish community from 1886 to 1920 as one big radical debating society. By 1886 the Jewish community in New York had become conspicuous for its support of the Third Party, United Labor, candidacy of Henry George, the theoretician of the single tax. From then on, Jewish districts in New York and elsewhere were famous for their radical voting habits. The Lower East Side repeatedly picked as its congressman Meyer London, the only New York socialist ever to be elected to Congress. And many socialists went to the state assembly in Albany from Jewish districts. In the 1917 mayoralty campaign in New York City, the socialist and anti-war candidacy of Morris Hillquit was supported by the most authoritative voices of the Jewish Lower East Side, the United Hebrew Trades, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, and most importantly, the very popular Yiddish Daily Forward. This was the period in which extreme radicals, like Alexander Berkman and Emma Goldman, were giants in the Jewish community, and when almost all the Jewish giants, among them Abraham Cahan, Morris Hillquit, and the young Morris R. Cohen, were radicals. Even Samuel Gompers, when speaking before Jewish audiences, felt it necessary to use radical phrases. In addition, the Freiheit, which was an unofficial organ of the Communist Party from the 1920s to the 1950s, stood at the center of Yiddish proletarian institutions and subculture, which offered identity, meaning, friendship, and understanding. Liebman 1979, 349-350. The newspaper lost considerable support in the Jewish community in 1929 when it took the Communist Party position in opposition to Zionism, and by the 1950s it essentially had to choose between satisfying its Jewish soul or its status as a communist organ. Choosing the former, by the late 1960s it was justifying not returning the Israeli-occupied territories in opposition to the line of the CPUSA. The relationship of Jews and the CPUSA is particularly interesting because the party often adopted anti-Jewish positions, especially because of its close association with the Soviet Union. Beginning in the late 1920s, Jews played a very prominent role in the CPUSA, Clare 1978, 37 ff. Merely citing percentages of Jewish leaders does not adequately indicate the extent of Jewish influence, however, because it fails to take account of the personal characteristics of Jewish radicals as a talented, educated and ambitious group, see pages 5, 95-96, but also because efforts were made to recruit Gentiles as window dressing to conceal the extent of Jewish dominance, Clare 1978, 40, Rothman and Lichter 1982, 99. Lyons, 1982, 81, quotes a Gentile communist who said that many working-class Gentiles felt that they were recruited in order to diversify the party's ethnic composition. The informant recounts his experience as a Gentile representative at a communist-sponsored youth conference. It became increasingly apparent to most participants that virtually all of the speakers were Jewish New Yorkers. Speakers with thick New York accents would identify themselves as the delegate from the Lower East Side or the comrade from Brownsville. Finally, the national leadership called a recess to discuss what was becoming an embarrassment. How could a supposedly national student organization be so totally dominated by New York Jews? Finally, they resolved to intervene and remedy the situation by asking the New York caucus to give out-of-towners a chance to speak. The convention was held in Wisconsin. Clare, 1978, 40, estimates that from 1921 to 1961, Jews constituted 33.5% of the Central Committee members, and the representation of Jews was often above 40%, Clare 1978, 46. Jews were the only native-born ethnic group from which the party was able to recruit. Glaser, 1969, 129, states that at least half of the CPUSA membership of around 50,000 were Jews into the 1950s and that the rate of turnover was very high, thus perhaps 10 times that number of individuals were involved in the party and there were an equal or larger number who were socialists of one kind or another. Writing of the 1920s, Bueller, 1980-89, notes that most of those favorable to the party and the Freiheit simply did not join, no more than a few thousand out of a following of 100 times that large. Ethel and Julius Rosenberg, who were convicted of spying for the Soviet Union, exemplify the powerful sense of Jewish identification among many Jews on the left. Svonkin, 1997, 158, shows that they viewed themselves as Jewish martyrs. Like many other Jewish leftists, they perceived a strong link between Judaism and their communist sympathies. Their prison correspondence, in the words of one reviewer, was filled with a continual display of Judaism and Jewishness, including the comment that in a couple of days, the Passover celebration of our people's search for freedom will be here. This cultural heritage has an added meaning for us, who are imprisoned away from each other and our loved ones by the modern pharaohs, pages 158 to 159. Embarrassed by the self-perceptions of the Rosenbergs as Jewish martyrs, the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, interpreted Julius Rosenberg's professions of Jewishness as an attempt to obtain every possible shred of advantage from the faith that he had repudiated. Svonkin, 1997, 159. Another example of the many revisionist attempts, some recounted in this chapter, to render incompatible Jewish identification and political radicalism, and thus completely obscure an important chapter of Jewish history. As in the case of the Soviet Union in the early years, the CPUSA had separate sections for different ethnic groups, including a Yiddish-speaking Jewish Federation. When these were abolished in 1925 in the interests of developing a party that would appeal to Native Americans, who tended to have a low level of ethnic consciousness, there was a mass exodus of Jews from the party, and many of those who remained continued to participate in an unofficial Yiddish subculture within the party. In the following years Jewish support for the CPUSA rose and fell depending on party support for specific Jewish issues. During the 1930s the CPUSA changed its position and took great pains to appeal to specific Jewish interests, including a primary focus against antisemitism, supporting Zionism and eventually Israel, and advocating the importance of maintaining Jewish cultural traditions. As in Poland during this period, the American radical movement glorified the development of Jewish life in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was living proof that under socialism the Jewish question could be solved. Can 1981, 152 to 153. Communism was thus perceived as good for Jews. Despite temporary problems caused by the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact of 1939, the result was an end to the CPUSA's isolation from the Jewish community during World War II and the immediate post-war years. Interestingly, the Jews who remained within the party during the period of the Non-Aggression Pact faced a difficult conflict between divided loyalties, indicating that Jewish identity was still important to these individuals. The Non-Aggression Pact provoked a great deal of rationalization on the part of Jewish CPUSA members, often involving an attempt to interpret the Soviet Union's actions as actually benefiting Jewish interests, clearly an indication that these individuals had not given up their Jewish identities. Others continued to be members but silently opposed the party's line because of their Jewish loyalties. Of great concern for all of these individuals was that the Non-Aggression Pact was destroying their relationship with the wider Jewish community. At the time of the creation of Israel in 1948, part of the CPUSA's appeal to Jews was due to its support for Israel at a time when Truman was waffling on the issue. In 1946 the CPUSA even adopted a resolution advocating the continuation of the Jewish people as an ethnic entity within socialist societies. Arthur Liebman describes CPUSA members during the period as being elated because of the congruity of their Jewish interests and membership in the party. Feelings of commonality with the wider Jewish community were expressed, and there was an enhanced feeling of Jewishness resulting from interactions with other Jews within the CPUSA. During the post-war period, communist Jews were expected and encouraged to be Jews, to relate to Jews, and to think of the Jewish people and the Jewish culture in a positive light. At the same time, non-communist Jews, with some notable exceptions, in the non-communist Jewish left, accepted their Jewish credentials and agreed to work with them in an all-Jewish context. Liebman, 1979, 514. As has happened so often in Jewish history, this upsurge in Jewish self-identity was facilitated by the persecution of Jews, in this case the Holocaust. This period of easy compatibility of Jewish interests with CPUSA interests evaporated after 1948, especially because of the altered Soviet position on Israel and revelations of state-sponsored antisemitism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Many Jews abandoned the CPUSA as a result. Once again, those who remained in the CPUSA tended to rationalize Soviet antisemitism in a way that allowed them to maintain their Jewish identification. Some viewed the persecutions as an aberration and the result of individual pathology rather than the fault of the communist system itself. Or the West was blamed as being indirectly responsible. Moreover, the reasons for remaining in the CPUSA appear to have typically involved a desire to remain in the self-contained Yiddish communist subculture. Liebman, 1979, 522, describes an individual who finally resigned when the evidence on Soviet antisemitism became overwhelming. In 1958, after more than 25 years with the Communist Party, this leader resigned and developed a strong Jewish identity which encompassed a fierce loyalty to Israel. Alternatively, Jewish CPUSA members simply failed to adopt the Soviet party line, as occurred on the issue of support for Israel during the 1967-1973 wars. Eventually, there was virtually a complete severing of Jews from the CPUSA. Leones, 1982, 180. Description of a Jewish communist club in Philadelphia reveals the ambivalence and self-deception that occurred when Jewish interests clashed with communist sympathies. The club faced rising tension over Jewishness, especially as it related to Israel. In the mid-60s, conflict erupted over the club's decision to criticize Soviet treatment of Jews. Some Orthodox pro-Soviet club members resigned, others disagreed but stayed. Meanwhile, the club continued to change, becoming less Marxist and more Zionist. During the 1967 Middle East War, we got dogmatic for 1 week, as Ben Green, a club leader, puts it. They allowed no discussion on the merits of supporting Israel, but simply raised funds to show their full support. Nevertheless, several members insist that the club is not Zionist and engages in critical support of Israel. As in the case of Poland, there is every reason to suppose that American Jewish communists regarded the USSR as generally satisfying Jewish interests at least until well into the post-World War II era. Beginning in the 1920s, the CPUSA was financially supported by the Soviet Union, adhered closely to its positions, and engaged in a successful espionage effort against the United States on behalf of the Soviet Union, including stealing atomic secrets. Claire, Haynes and Fursoff, 1995. In the 1930s, Jews constituted a substantial majority of known members of the Soviet underground in the United States and almost half of the individuals prosecuted under the Smith Act of 1947, Rothman and Lichter, 1982, 100. Although all party functionaries may not have known the details of the special relationship with the Soviet Union, special work, i.e., espionage, was part and parcel of the communist mission in the United States, and this was well known and discussed openly in the CPUSA's political bureau. It was these ordinary communists whose lives demonstrate that some rank-and-file members were willing to serve the USSR by spying on their own country. There but for the grace of not being asked went other American communists. The CPUSA showered hosannas on the USSR as the promised land. In communist propaganda, the survival of the Soviet Union as the one bright, shining star of humankind was a constant refrain, as in the 1934 American communist poem that described the Soviet Union as a heaven, brought to earth in Russia. Clare et al. 1995, 324. Clare et al. 1995, 325, suggest that the CPUSA had important effects on U.S. history. Without excusing the excesses of the anti-communist movement, they note that the peculiar and particular edge to American anti-communism cannot be severed from the CPUSA's allegiance to the Soviet Union. The belief that American communists were disloyal is what made the communist issue so powerful, and at times poisonous. Communists lied to and deceived the New Dealers with whom they were allied. Those liberals who believed the denials then denounced as mudslingers those anti-communists who complained of concealed communist activity. Furious at denials of what they knew to be true, anti-communists then suspected that those who denied the communist presence were themselves dishonest. The communists' duplicity poisoned normal political relationships and contributed to the harshness of the anti-communist reaction of the late 1940s and 1950s. Clare et al. 1995, 106. The liberal defense of communism during the Cold War era also raises issues related to this volume. Nicholas von Hoffmann, 1996, notes the role of the liberal defenders of communism during this period, such as the editors of the New Republic and Harvard historian Richard Hofstadter, 1965, who attributed the contemporary concern with communist infiltration of the U.S. government to the paranoid style of American politics. Rothman and Lichter, 1982, 105, include the New Republic as among a group of liberal and radical publications with a large presence of Jewish writers and editors. The official liberal version was that American communists were sui generis and unconnected to the Soviet Union, so there was no domestic communist threat. The liberals had seized the intellectual and moral high ground during this period. Supporters of McCarthy were viewed as intellectual and cultural primitives. In the ongoing Kulturkampf dividing the society, the elites of Hollywood, Cambridge and liberal think-tankery had little sympathy for bow-legged men with their American Legion caps and their fat wives, their yapping about Yalta and the cut-in forest. Catholic and kitsch, looking out of their picture windows at their flock of pink plastic flamingos, the lower middles and their foreign policy anguish were too infradig to be taken seriously. Von Hoffmann 1996, C2. However, besides poisoning the atmosphere of domestic politics, communist espionage had effects on foreign policy as well. It is difficult to overstate the importance of Soviet atomic espionage in shaping the history of the Cold War. World War II had ended with Americans confident that the atomic bomb gave them a monopoly on the ultimate weapon, a monopoly expected to last 10 to 20 years. The Soviet explosion of a nuclear bomb in 1949 destroyed this sense of physical security. America had fought in 2 world wars without suffering serious civilian deaths, or destruction. Now it faced an enemy led by a ruthless dictator who could wipe out any American city with a single bomb. Had the American nuclear monopoly lasted longer, Stalin might have refused to allow North Korean communists to launch the Korean War, or the Chinese communists might have hesitated to intervene in the war. Had the American nuclear monopoly lasted until Stalin's death, the restraint on Soviet aggressiveness might have alleviated the most dangerous years of the Cold War. Clare et al. 1995, 106. The Jewish contraculture continued to sustain a radical, specifically Jewish subculture into the 1950s, long after the great majority of Jews were no longer in the working class. Liebman 1979, 206, 289 ff. The fundamentally Jewish institutions and families that constituted the old left then fed into the new left. Liebman 1979, 536 ff. The original impetus of the 1960s student protest movement almost necessarily began with the scions of the relatively well-to-do, liberal to left, disproportionately Jewish intelligentsia, the largest pool of those ideologically disposed to sympathize with radical student action in the population. Lipset 1971, 83, see also Blazer 1969. Flax, 1967-64, found that 45% of students involved in a protest at the University of Chicago were Jewish, but his original sample was adjusted to obtain better balance. Rothman and Lichter, 1982-82. Jews constituted 80% of the students, signing a petition to end ROTC at Harvard, and 30 to 50% of the students for a Democratic Society, SDS, the Central Organization of Student Radicals. Adelson, 1972, found that 90% of his sample of radical students at the University of Michigan were Jewish, and it would appear that a similar rate of participation is likely to have occurred at other schools, such as Wisconsin and Minnesota. Braungart, 1979, found that 43% of the SDS membership in his sample of 10 universities had at least one Jewish parent, and an additional 20% had no religious affiliation. The latter are most likely to be predominantly Jewish. Rothman and Lichter, 1982-82, found that the overwhelming majority of the radical students who claimed that their parents were atheists had Jewish backgrounds. Jews also tended to be the most publicized leaders of campus protests. Sachar, 1992, 804. Abby Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, and Rennie Davis achieved national fame as members of the Chicago 7 group convicted of crossing state lines with intent to incite a riot at the 1968 Democratic National Convention. Cudahy, 1974, 193 ff., notes the overtly ethnic subplot of the trial, particularly the infighting between defendant Abby Hoffman and Judge Julius Hoffman, the former representing the children of the Eastern European immigrant generation that tended toward political radicalism, and the latter representing the older, more assimilated German Jewish establishment. During the trial, Abby Hoffman ridiculed Judge Hoffman in Yiddish as Schand für die Goyim, disgrace for the Gentiles, translated by Abby Hoffman as frontman for the WASP power elite. Clearly Hoffman and Rubin, who spent time on a kibbutz in Israel, had strong Jewish identifications and antipathy to the white Protestant establishment. Cudahy, 1974, 191-192, also credits the origins of the Yippie movement to the activities of the underground journalist Paul Krasner, publisher of The Realist, a daring, scatological, curiously apolitical journal of irreverent satire and impolite reportage, and the countercultural sensibility of comedian Lenny Bruce. As a group, radical students came from relatively well-to-do families, whereas conservative students tended to come from less affluent families. Gottfried, 1993, 53. The movement was therefore initiated and led by an elite, but it was not aimed at advancing the interests of the unionized lower middle class. Indeed, the New Left regarded the working class as fat, contented, and conservative, and their trade unions reflected them. Glaser, 1969, 123. Moreover, although mild forms of Jewish antisemitism and rebellion against parental hypocrisy did occur among Jewish New Left radicals, the predominant pattern was a continuity with parental ideology. Flax, 1967, Glaser, 1969, 12, Lipset, 1988, 393, Rothman and Lichter, 1982, 82. Similarly, during the Weimar period, the Frankfurt School radicals rejected their parents' commercial values but did not personally reject their family. Indeed, their families tended to provide moral and financial support for them in their radical political activities. Cudahy, 1974, 154. Many of these red diaper babies came from families which around the breakfast table, day after day, in Scarsdale, Newton, Great Neck, and Beverly Hills have discussed what an awful, corrupt, immoral, undemocratic, racist society the United States is. Many Jewish parents live in the lily-white suburbs, go to Miami Beach in the winter, belong to expensive country clubs, arrange bar mitzvahs costing thousands of dollars, all the while espousing a left liberal ideology. Lipset, 1988, 393. As indicated above, Glaser, 1969, estimates that approximately 1 million Jews were members of the CPUSA, or were socialists prior to 1950. The result was that among Jews there was a substantial reservoir of present-day parents for whose children to be radical is not something shocking and strange but may well be seen as a means of fulfilling the best drives of their parents. Glaser 1969, 129. Moreover, the American Jewish establishment never really distanced itself from these young Jews. Hertzberg 1989, 369. Indeed, establishment Jewish organizations, including the A.J. Congress, the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, a lay reform group, and the Synagogue Council of America, Winston 1978, were prominent early opponents of the war in Vietnam. The anti-war attitudes of official Jewish organizations may have resulted in some anti-Semitism. President Lyndon Johnson was reported to be disturbed by the lack of support for the Vietnam War in the American Jewish community at a time when he is taking new steps to aid Israel. In Winston 1978, 198, and the ADL took steps to deal with an anti-Jewish backlash they expected to occur as a result of Jews tending to be hawks on military matters related to Israel and doves on military matters related to Vietnam. Winston 1978. As with the Old Left, many of the Jewish New Left strongly identified as Jews. Liebman 1979, 536 ff. Hanukkah services were held and the Hatikvah, the Israeli national anthem, was sung during an important sit-in at Berkeley. Rothman and Lichter 1982, 81. The New Left lost Jewish members when it advocated positions incompatible with specific Jewish interests, especially regarding Israel, and attracted members when its positions coincided with these interests. Liebman 1979, 527 ff. Leaders often spent time at kibbutzim in Israel, and there is some indication that New Leftists consciously attempted to minimize the more overt signs of Jewish identity and to minimize discussion of issues on which Jewish and non-Jewish New Leftists would disagree, particularly Israel. Eventually the incompatibility of Jewish interests and the New Left resulted in most Jews abandoning the New Left, with many going to Israel to join kibbutzim, becoming involved in more traditional Jewish religious observances, or becoming involved in leftist organizations with a specifically Jewish identity. After the 1967 Six-Day War, the most important issue for the Jewish New Left was Israel, but the movement also worked on behalf of Soviet Jews and demanded Jewish studies programs at universities. Shapiro 1992, 225. As SDS activist, J. Rosenberg, wrote, "From this point on I shall join no movement that does not accept and support my people's struggle. If I must choose between the Jewish cause and a progressive anti-Israel SDS, I shall choose the Jewish cause. If barricades are erected, I will fight as a Jew." In Sachar 1992, 808. Jews were also a critical component of the public acceptance of the New Left. Jews were overrepresented among radicals and their supporters in the media, the university, and the wider intellectual community, and Jewish leftist social scientists were instrumental in conducting research that portrayed student radicalism in a positive light. Rothman and Lichter 1982, 104. However, in their recent review of the literature on the New Left, Rothman and Lichter, 1996, 9, 13, note a continuing tendency to ignore the role of Jews in the movement, and that when the Jewish role is mentioned, it is attributed to Jewish idealism or other positively valued traits. Cudahy, 1974, 194 n. notes that the media almost completely ignored the Jewish infighting that occurred during the Chicago 7 trial. He also describes several evaluations of the trial written by Jews in the media, New York Times, New York Post, Village Voice, that excused the behavior of the defendants and praised their radical Jewish lawyer, William Kunstler. Finally, a similar ebb and flow of Jewish attraction to communism depending on its convergence with specifically Jewish interests occurred also in England. During the 1930s the Communist Party appealed to Jews partly because it was the only political movement that was stridently anti-fascist. There was no conflict at all between a strong Jewish ethnic identity and being a member of the Communist Party. Communist sympathy among Jews of that generation had about it some of the qualities of a group identification, a means perhaps, of ethnic self-assertion. Alderman 1992, 317-318. In the post-World War II period, virtually all the successful communist political candidates represented Jewish wards. However, Jewish support for communism declined with the revelation of Stalin's antisemitism, and many Jews left the Communist Party after the Middle East crisis of 1967, when the USSR broke off diplomatic relations with Israel. Alderman 1983, 162. The conclusion must be that Jewish identity was generally perceived to be highly compatible with radical politics. When radical politics came in conflict with specific Jewish interests, Jews eventually ceased being radical, although there were often instances of ambivalence and rationalization. Social identity processes, perceived Jewish group interests, and Jewish radicalism. One view of Jewish radicalism emphasizes the moral basis of Judaism. This is yet another example of the attempt to portray Judaism as a universalist, morally superior movement, the light of the nations theme that has repeatedly emerged as an aspect of Jewish self-identity since antiquity and especially since the Enlightenment, separation and its discontents, Chapter 7. Thus Fuchs, 1956, 190-191, suggests that the Jewish involvement in liberal causes stems from the unique moral nature of Judaism in inculcating charity towards the poor and needy. Involvement in these causes is viewed as simply an extension of traditional Jewish religious practices. Similarly, Hertzberg, 1985, 22, writes of the echo of a unique moral sensibility, a willingness to act in disregard of economic interest when the cause seems just. As indicated in A People That Shall Dwell Alone, chapters 5 and 6, there is every indication that traditional Jewish concern for the poor and needy was confined within Jewish groups, and in fact Jews have often served oppressive ruling elites in traditional societies and in post-World War II Eastern Europe. Ginsberg, 1993, 140, describes these putative humanistic motivations as a bit fanciful, and notes that in different contexts, notably in the post-revolutionary Soviet Union, Jews have organized ruthless agencies of coercion and terror, including especially a very prominent involvement in the Soviet secret police from the post-revolutionary period into the 1930s, see also Barron 1975, 170, Lincoln 1989, Rappaport 1990, 30-31. Similarly, we have seen that Jews were very prominent in the domestic security forces in Poland, see Schatz 1991, 223-228, and Hungary, Rothman and Lichter 1982, 89. Pipes, 1993, 112, theorizes that although it is undeniable that Jews were overrepresented in the Bolshevik Party and the early Soviet government as well as communist revolutionary activities in Hungary, Germany, and Austria in the period from 1918 to 1923, Jews were also overrepresented in a variety of other areas, including business, art, literature, and science. As a result, Pipes argues that their disproportionate representation in communist political movements should not be an issue. Pipes couples this argument with the assertion that Jewish Bolsheviks did not identify as Jews, an issue that, as we have seen, is questionable at best. However, even assuming that these ethnically Jewish communists did not identify as Jews, such an argument fails to explain why such de-ethnicized Jews, as well as Jewish businessmen, artists, writers and scientists, should have typically been overrepresented in leftist movements and underrepresented in nationalist, populist, and other types of rightist political movements, even if nationalist movements are anti-Semitic, as has often been the case. Antisemitism should be irrelevant if these individuals are indeed completely de-ethnicized as Pipes proposes. Jewish prominence in occupations requiring high intelligence is no argument for understanding their very prominent role in communist and other leftist movements and their relative underrepresentation in nationalist movements. Social identity theory provides a quite different perspective on Jewish radicalism. It stresses that perceived Jewish group interests are fundamental to Jewish political behavior, and that these perceived group interests are importantly influenced by social identity processes. If indeed radical politics resulted in a strong sense of identification with a Jewish in-group, then Jewish involvement in these movements would be associated with very negative and exaggerated conceptions of the wider Gentile society, and particularly the most powerful elements of that society, as an outgroup. In conformity with this expectation, Liebman, 1979, 26, uses the term contraculture to describe the American Jewish left because conflict with or antagonism towards society is a central feature of this subculture, and many of its values and cultural patterns are contradictions of those existing in the surrounding society. For example, the New Left was fundamentally involved in radical social criticism in which all elements that contributed to the cohesive social fabric of mid-century America were regarded as oppressive and in need of radical alteration. The emphasis here on social identity processes is compatible with Jewish radicalism serving particular perceived Jewish group interests. Antisemitism and Jewish economic interests were undoubtedly important motivating factors for Jewish leftism in Tsarist Russia. Jewish leaders in Western societies, many of whom were wealthy capitalists, proudly acknowledged Jewish overrepresentation in the Russian revolutionary movement. They also provided financial and political support for these movements by, for example, attempting to influence U.S. foreign policy. Tchaikovsky, 1967. Representative of this attitude is financier Jacob Schiff's statement that the claim that among the ranks of those who in Russia are seeking to undermine governmental authority there are a considerable number of Jews may perhaps be true. In fact, it would be rather surprising if some of those so terribly afflicted by persecution and exceptional laws should not at last have turned against their merciless oppressors, in Tchaikovsky, 1967, 10. Indeed, at the risk of oversimplification, one might note that antisemitism and economic adversity combined with the Jewish demographic explosion in Eastern Europe were of critical importance for producing the sheer numbers of disaffected Jewish radicals and therefore the ultimate influence of Jewish radicalism in Europe and its spillover into the United States. Jewish populations in Eastern Europe had the highest rate of natural increase of any European population in the 19th century, with a natural increase of 120,000 per year in the 1880s and an overall increase within the Russian Empire from 1 to 6 million in the course of the 19th century. Alderman, 1992, 112, Frankel, 1981, 103, Lindemann, 1991, 28 to 29, 133 to 135. Despite the emigration of close to 2 million Jews to the United States and elsewhere, many Eastern European Jews were impoverished at least in part because of Tsarist anti-Jewish policies that prevented Jewish upward mobility. As a result, a great many Jews were attracted to radical political solutions that would transform the economic and political basis of society and would also be consistent with the continuity of Judaism. Within Russian Jewish communities, the acceptance of radical political ideology often coexisted with messianic forms of Zionism as well as intense commitment to Jewish nationalism and religious and cultural separatism, and many individuals held various and often rapidly changing combinations of these ideas. See Frankel, 1981. Religious fanaticism and messianic expectations have been a typical Jewish response to anti-Semitic persecutions throughout history. For example, Sholem, 1971. A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 3. Indeed, one might propose that messianic forms of political radicalism may be viewed as secular forms of this Jewish response to persecution, different from traditional forms only in that they also promise a utopian future for Gentiles as well. The overall picture is reminiscent of the situation in the late Ottoman Empire, where by the mid-18th century until the intervention of the European powers in the 20th century there was an unmistakable picture of grinding poverty, ignorance, and insecurity. Lewis, 1984, 164, in the context of high levels of antisemitism that effectively prevented Jewish upward mobility. These phenomena were accompanied by the prevalence of mysticism and a high fertility, low investment parenting style among Jews. In the long run the community became too poor to provide for the education of most children, with the result that most were illiterate, and pursued occupations requiring only limited intelligence and training. However, when presented with opportunities for upward social mobility, the strategy quickly changes to a low fertility, high investment reproductive strategy. In 19th century Germany, for example, the Jews were the first group to enter the demographic transition and take advantage of opportunities for upward social mobility by having fewer children, for example, Goldstein 1981, Node 1974. At the same time, poor Jews in Eastern Europe with no hope of upward mobility married earlier than their Western European counterparts, who delayed marriage in order to be financially better prepared, Efron 1994, 77. And the resurgence of Ottoman Jews in the 19th century resulting from patronage and protection from Western European Jews brought with it a flowering of a highly literate culture, including secular schools based on Western models, see Shaw 1991, 143 ff, 175-176. Similarly, when the oppressed Eastern European Jews emigrated to the United States, they developed a high investment, low fertility culture that took advantage of opportunities for upward mobility. The suggestion is that the overall pattern of the Jewish response to lack of opportunity for upward mobility and antisemitism is to facultatively adopt a low investment, high fertility style of reproduction combined at the ideological level with various forms of messianism, including, in the modern era, radical political ideology. Ultimately this population explosion in the context of poverty and politically imposed restrictions on Jews was responsible for the generally destabilizing effects of Jewish radicalism on Russia up to the revolution. These conditions also had spillover effects in Germany, where the negative attitudes toward the immigrant Ostjuden contributed to the antisemitism of the period, Askheim 1982. In the United States, the point of this chapter is that a high level of inertia characterized the radical political beliefs held by a great many Jewish immigrants and their descendants in the sense that radical political beliefs persisted even in the absence of oppressive economic and political conditions. In Soren's 1985, 46, study of immigrant Jewish radical activists in America, over half had been involved in radical politics in Europe before emigrating, and for those immigrating after 1900, the percentage rose to 69%. Glaser, 1961, 21, notes that the biographies of almost all radical leaders show that they first came in contact with radical political ideas in Europe. The persistence of these beliefs influenced the general political sensibility of the Jewish community and had a destabilizing effect on American society, ranging from the paranoia of the McCarthy era to the triumph of the 1960s countercultural revolution. The immigration of Eastern European Jews into England after 1880 had a similarly transformative effect on the political attitudes of British Jewry in the direction of socialism, trade unionism, and Zionism, often combined with religious orthodoxy and devotion to a highly separatist traditional lifestyle, Alderman 1983, 47 ff. Far more significant than the handful of publicity-seeking Jewish socialists, both in Russia and England, who organized ham sandwich picnics on the fast of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, were the mass of working-class Jews who experienced no inner conflict when they repaired to the synagogue for religious services 3 times each day, and then used the same premises to discuss socialist principles and organize industrial stoppages, Alderman 1983, 54. As in the United States, the immigrant Eastern European Jews demographically swamped the previously existing Jewish community, and the older community reacted to this influx with considerable trepidation because of the possibility of increased antisemitism. And as in the United States, attempts were made by the established Jewish community to misrepresent the prevalence of radical political ideas among the immigrants, Alderman 1983, 60, Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 8. Nevertheless, economic interests are not the whole story. While the origin of widespread political radicalism among Jews can be characterized as a typical Jewish response to the political and economic adversity of late 19th century Eastern Europe, radical political ideology became dissociated from the usual demographic variables not long after arrival in the United States, and it is this phenomenon that requires another type of explanation. For the most part, American Jews had far less reason than other ethnic groups to wish for an overthrow of capitalism because they tended to be relatively economically privileged. Surveys from the 1960s and 1970s indicated that middle-class Jews were more radical than working-class Jews, a pattern opposite to that of non-Jewish radical students. Rothman and Lichter 1982, 117, 219, Levy 1996, 375. Lower percentages of Jews than members of other religions believed that supporting a Democratic candidate would further their economic interests, but Jews nevertheless tended overwhelmingly to vote Democratic. Liebman 1973, 136 to 137. The gap between economic interests and political ideology dates at least from the 1920s, Liebman 1979, 290 ff. Indeed, for the entire period from 1921 to 1961, Jews on the Central Committee of the CPUSA were much more likely to have middle-class, professional backgrounds and tended to have more education than their Gentile colleagues. Clare 1978, 42 ff. They were also much more likely to have joined prior to the economic difficulties of the Great Depression. Further, as indicated above, New Left radical students came disproportionately from highly educated and affluent families. See also Liebman 1973, 210. Even successful Jewish capitalists have tended to adopt political beliefs to the left of the beliefs of their Gentile counterparts. For example, German Jewish capitalists in the 19th century tended to take up positions distinctly to the left of their Gentile peers and thus to place themselves in isolation from them. Moss 1989, 225. Although as a group they tended to be to the right of the Jewish population as a whole, a few even supported the Social Democratic Party and its socialist program. Among the plausible reasons for this state of affairs suggested by Moss is that antisemitism tended to be associated with the German right. Consistent with social identity theory, Jewish capitalists did not identify with groups that perceived them negatively and identified with groups that opposed an outgroup perceived as hostile. Social identity processes and their influence on perception of ethnic, group interests rather than economic self-interest appears to be paramount here. The association between Jews and liberal political attitudes is therefore independent of the usual demographic associations. In a passage that shows that Jewish cultural and ethnic estrangement supersedes economic interests in explaining Jewish political behavior, Silberman, 1985, 347 to 348, comments on the attraction of Jews to the Democratic Party, with its traditional hospitality to non-WASP ethnic groups. A distinguished economist who strongly disagreed with presidential candidate Walter Mondale's economic policies voted for him nonetheless. "I watched the conventions on television," he explained, "and the Republicans did not look like my kind of people." That same reaction led many Jews to vote for Carter in 1980 despite their dislike of him. "I'd rather live in a country governed by the faces I saw at the Democratic Convention than by those I saw at the Republican Convention," a well-known author told me. The suggestion is that in general Jewish political motivation is influenced by non-economic issues related to perceived Jewish group interests, the latter influenced by social identity processes. Similarly, in the politically charged area of cultural attitudes, Silberman, 1985, 350, notes American Jews are committed to cultural tolerance because of their belief, one firmly rooted in history, that Jews are safe only in a society acceptant of a wide range of attitudes and behaviors, as well as a diversity of religious and ethnic groups. It is this belief, for example, not approval of homosexuality, that leads an overwhelming majority of American Jews to endorse gay rights and to take a liberal stance on most other so-called social issues. A perceived Jewish group interest in cultural pluralism transcends negative personal attitudes regarding the behavior in question. Silberman's comment that Jewish attitudes are firmly rooted in history is particularly relevant. A consistent tendency has been for Jews to be persecuted as a minority group within a culturally or ethnically homogeneous society. A discussion of the political, religious, and cultural pluralism as a very rational motivation for American Jews will be highlighted in Chapter 7, which discusses Jewish involvement in shaping U.S. immigration policy. The point here is that the perceived Jewish group interest in developing a pluralistic society is of far more importance than mere economic self-interest in determining Jewish political behavior. Similarly, Earl Raab, 1996, 44, explains Jewish political behavior in terms of security issues related in part to a long memory of the Republican Party as linked to Christian fundamentalism, and its history of being resolutely nativist and anti-immigrant. The pattern of supporting the Democratic Party is therefore an aspect of ethnic conflict between Jews and sectors of the European-derived Caucasian population in the United States, not economic issues. Indeed, economic issues appear to have no relevance at all, since support for the Democratic Party among Jews does not differ by social status. Raab 1996, 45. Nevertheless, there is evidence that recent Jewish voting behavior increasingly separates the traditional economic left liberalism from issues related to cultural pluralism, immigration, and church-state separation. Recent polls and data on Jewish voting patterns indicate that Jews continue to view the right wing of the Republican Party as a threat to American cosmopolitanism, because it is perceived as advocating a homogeneous Christian culture and is opposed to immigration. Beinart 1997, 25. However, Jewish voters were more supportive of conservative fiscal policies and less supportive of government attempts to redistribute wealth than either African Americans or other white Americans. Recent Jewish political behavior is thus self-interested both economically, and in its opposition to the ethnic interests of white Americans to develop an ethnically and culturally homogeneous society. In addition to the pursuit of specific group interests, however, social identity processes appear to make an independent contribution to explaining Jewish political behavior. Social identity processes appear to be necessary for explaining why the Jewish labor movement was far more radical than the rest of the American labor movement. In a passage that indicates Jewish radicals' profound sense of Jewish identity and separatism as well as complete antipathy to the entire Gentile social order, Levin, 1977, 213, notes that their socialist ideas created a gulf between themselves and other American workers who were not interested in radical changes in the social order. Although Jewish trade unions joined the AFL, they never felt ideologically at home there, for the AFL did not seek a radical transformation of society, nor was it internationalist in outlook. We have also noted that the New Left completely abandoned the aims and interests of the lower middle working class once that group had essentially achieved its social aims with the success of the trade union movement. Again, there is the strong suggestion that social criticism and feelings of cultural estrangement among Jews have deep psychological roots that reach far beyond particular economic or political interests. As indicated in Chapter 1, one critical psychological component appears to involve a very deep antipathy to the entire Gentile-dominated social order, which is viewed as anti-Semitic. The desire for malignant vengeance that Disraeli asserted made many Jews odious and so hostile to mankind. Recall Lipsitz, 1988, 393, description of the many Jewish families which around the breakfast table, day after day, in Scarsdale, Newton, Great Neck, and Beverly Hills have discussed what an awful, corrupt, immoral, undemocratic, racist society the United States is. These families clearly perceive themselves as separate from the wider culture of the United States. They also view conservative forces as attempting to maintain this malignant culture. As in the case of traditional Judaism vis-à-vis Gentile society, the traditional culture of the United States, and particularly the political basis of cultural conservatism that has historically been associated with antisemitism, is perceived as a manifestation of a negatively evaluated outgroup. This antipathy toward Gentile-dominated society was often accompanied by a powerful desire to avenge the evils of the old social order. For many Jewish New Leftists, the revolution promises to avenge the sufferings and to right the wrongs which have, for so long, been inflicted on Jews with the permission or encouragement, or even at the command of, the authorities in pre-revolutionary societies, Cohen 1980, 208. Interviews with New Left Jewish radicals revealed that many had destructive fantasies in which the revolution would result in humiliation, dispossession, imprisonment or execution of the oppressors, Cohen 1980, 208, combined with the belief in their own omnipotence and their ability to create a non-oppressive social order, findings that are reminiscent of the motivating role of revenge for antisemitism among the Jewish-dominated security forces in communist Poland discussed above. These findings are also entirely consistent with my experience among Jewish New Left activists at the University of Wisconsin in the 1960s, see Note 13. The social identity perspective predicts that generalized negative attributions of the outgroup would be accompanied by positive attributions regarding the Jewish in-group. Both Jewish communists in Poland and Jewish New Left radicals had a powerful feeling of cultural superiority that was continuous with traditional Jewish conceptions of the superiority of their in-group, Cohen 1980, 212, Schatz 1991, 119. Jewish self-conceptualizations of their activity in developing an adversarial culture in the United States tended to emphasize either the Jew as the historical victim of Gentile antisemitism or the Jew as moral hero, but in both cases the portrait is the obverse of that of the antisemite. Jews lack warts. Their motives are pure, their idealism genuine, Rothman and Lichter 1982, 112. Studies of Jewish radicals by Jewish social scientists have tended to gratuitously attribute Jewish radicalism to a free choice of a gifted minority, Rothman and Lichter 1982, 118, when economic explanations failed, yet another example where Jewish group status appears to affect social science research in a manner that serves Jewish group interests. Moreover, a universalist utopian ideology such as Marxism, is an ideal vehicle for serving Jewish attempts to develop a positive self-identity while still retaining their positive identity as Jews and their negative evaluation of Gentile power structures. First, the utopian nature of radical ideology in contrast to existing Gentile-dominated social systems, which are inevitably less than perfect, facilitates development of a positive identity for the in-group. Radical ideology thus facilitates positive group identity, and a sense of moral rectitude because of its advocacy of universalist ethical principles. Psychologists have found that a sense of moral rectitude is an important component of self-esteem, for example, Harter 1983, and self-esteem has been proposed as a motivating factor in social identity processes, separation and its discontents, Chapter 1. As was also true of psychoanalysis, leftist political movements developed redemptive messianic overtones highly conducive to in-group pride and loyalty. Members of the Russian Jewish Bund and their progeny in the United States had intense personal pride and a powerful sense that they were part of a moral and political vanguard for great historical change. They had a mission that inspired them and people who believed in them, Liebman 1979, 133. This sense of in-group pride and messianic fervor is undoubtedly a critical ingredient of Judaism in all historical eras. As Schatz, 1991, 105, notes in his description of the underground Jewish communist revolutionaries in Poland, during the interwar period, the movement was part of a worldwide, international struggle for nothing less than the fundamental change of the very foundations of human society. The joint effect of this situation was a specific sense of revolutionary loneliness and mission, an intense cohesion, a feeling of brotherhood, and a readiness for personal sacrifice on the altar of struggle. What distinguished Jewish communists from other communists was not only their desire for a post-revolutionary world without antisemitism, but also their distinct, emotional, intensity with roots in messianic longings, Schatz 1991, 140. As one respondent said, I believed in Stalin and in the party as my father believed in the Messiah, in Schatz 1991, 140. Reflecting traditional Jewish social structure, these Jewish radical groups were hierarchical and highly authoritarian, and they developed their own private language, Schatz 1991, 109 to 112. As in traditional Judaism, continuing study and self-education were viewed as very important features of the movement. To study was a point of honor and an obligation, p. 117. The discussions replicated the traditional methods of Torah study, memorization of long passages of text combined with analysis and interpretation carried out in an atmosphere of intense intellectual competition quite analogous to the traditional pilpul. In the words of a novice to these discussions, we behaved like yeshiva bookers, students, and they, the more experienced intellectual mentors, like rabbis, p. 139. As expected on the basis of social identity theory, there was also a high level of in-group out-group thinking characterized by a lofty sense of moral rectitude among the in-group combined with an implacable hostility and rejection of the out-group. In the period after World War II, for example, the Polish Jewish communists viewed the new economic plan in truly mystical terms. It was a scientifically conceived, infallible scheme that would totally restructure societal relations and prepare the country for socialism. Schartz 1991, 249. The economic difficulties that befell the population merely resulted in transferring their hopes to the future, while at the same time they developed an uncompromising attitude toward those who might not be willing to accept the hardships of the present and a merciless hostility toward those perceived as the enemy. Thus the burning will to produce general harmony and happiness was married to distrust and suspiciousness regarding its objects and a hatred toward its actual, potential, or imagined opponents, p. 250. Clearly, to be a communist revolutionary was to develop an intense commitment to a cohesive authoritarian group that valued intellectual accomplishments and exhibited intense hatred against enemies and outgroups while having very positive feelings toward an in-group, viewed as morally and intellectually superior. These groups operated as embattled minorities that viewed the surrounding society as hostile and threatening. Being a member of such a group required a great deal of personal sacrifice and even altruism. All these attributes can be found as defining features of more traditional Jewish groups. Further evidence of the importance of social identity processes may be found in Charles Liebman's 1973, 153 ff. Suggestion that leftist universalist ideology allows Jews to subvert traditional social categorizations in which Jews are viewed in negative terms. The adoption of such ideologies by Jews is an attempt to overcome Jewish feelings of alienation from the roots and the traditions of Gentile society, p. 153. The Jew continues his search for an ethic or ethos which is not only universal or capable of universality, but which provides a cutting edge against the older traditions of the society, a search whose intensity is compounded and reinforced by the Gentiles' treatment of the Jew, Liebman 1973, 157. Such attempts at subverting negative social categorizations imposed by an outgroup are a central aspect of social identity theory. Hogg and Abrams 1988, see Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 1. The Universalist ideology thus functions as a secular form of Judaism. Sectarian forms of Judaism are rejected as a survival strategy, Liebman 1973, 157, because of their tendency to produce antisemitism, their lack of intellectual appeal in the post-Enlightenment world, and their ineffectiveness in appealing to Gentiles and thereby altering the Gentile social world in a manner that furthers Jewish group interests. Indeed, while the Universalist ideology is formally congruent with Enlightenment ideals, the retention of traditional Jewish separatism and patterns of association among those espousing the ideology suggest an element of deception or self-deception. Jews prefer to get together with other Jews to promote ostensibly non-Jewish enterprises, which assist Jewish acceptance, and then to pretend the whole matter has nothing to do with being Jewish. But this type of activity is most prevalent among Jews who are the most estranged from their own traditions and hence most concerned with finding a value that supports Jewish acceptance without overtly destroying Jewish group ties. Liebman 1973, 159. The Universalist ideology therefore allows Jews to escape their alienation or estrangement from Gentile society while nevertheless allowing for the retention of a strong Jewish identity. institutions that promote group ties among Gentiles, such as nationalism and traditional Gentile religious associations, are actively opposed and subverted, while the structural integrity of Jewish separatism is maintained. A consistent thread of radical theorizing since Marx has been a fear that nationalism could serve as a social cement that would result in a compromise between the social classes and result in a highly unified social order based on hierarchical but harmonious relationships between existing social classes. This is only this type of highly cohesive Gentile social organization that is fundamentally at odds with Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy, see chapters 5, 7, and 8. Both the Old Left and the New Left, as noted, actively attempted to subvert the cohesiveness of Gentile social structure, including especially the modus vivendi achieved between business and labor by the 1960s. And we have seen that the Jewish-dominated Polish communist government campaigned actively against Polish nationalism, and they campaigned against the political and cultural power of the Catholic Church, the main force of social cohesion in traditional Polish society. Finally, as emphasized by Rothman and Lichter, 1982, 119, Marxism is particularly attractive as the basis for an ideology that subverts the negative social categorizations of the Gentile outgroup, because within such an ideology the Jewish-Gentile categorization becomes less salient while Jewish group cohesion and separatism may nevertheless persist. By adopting variants of Marxist ideology, Jews deny the reality of cultural or religious differences between Jews and Christians. These differences become epiphenomenal, compared to the more fundamental opposition of workers and capitalists. Thus Jews and non-Jews are really brothers under the skin. Even when not adopting a Marxist position, many Jews have tended toward radical environmentalist positions which serve a similar function, p. 119. Such a strategy makes excellent sense from the standpoint of social identity theory. A consistent finding in research on intergroup contact is that making the social categories that define groups less salient would lessen intergroup differentiation and would facilitate positive social interactions between members from different groups. Brewer and Miller 1984, Doyes and Sinclair 1973, Miller, Brewer and Edwards 1985. At the extreme, acceptance of a universalist ideology by Gentiles would result in Gentiles not perceiving Jews as in a different social category at all, while nonetheless Jews would be able to maintain a strong personal identity as Jews. These features of Jewish radicalism together constitute a very compelling analysis of the role of social identity processes in this phenomenon. The last mechanism is particularly interesting as an analysis of both the tendency for Jewish political overrepresentation in radical causes and the Jewish tendency to adopt radical environmentalist ideologies noted as a common characteristic of Jewish social scientists in Chapter 2. The analysis implies that the Jews involved in these intellectual movements are engaged in a subtle process of deception of Gentiles, and, perhaps, self-deception, and that these movements essentially function as a form of crypto-Judaism. In the language of social identity theory, an ideology is created in which the social categorization of Jew-Gentile is minimized in importance, and there are no negative attributions regarding Jewish group membership. The importance of ethnic group membership is minimized as a social category, and, because of its lack of importance, ethnic self-interest among Gentiles is analyzed as fundamentally misguided because it does not recognize the priority of class conflict between Gentiles. Jews can remain Jews because being a Jew is no longer important. At the same time, traditional institutions of social cohesiveness within Gentile society are subverted and Gentile society itself is viewed as permeated by conflicts of interest between social classes rather than by commonalities of interest and feelings of social solidarity among different social classes. Rothman and Lichter, p. 119 ff., support their argument by noting that the adoption of universalist ideologies is a common technique among minority groups in a wide range of cultures around the world. Despite the veneer of universalism, these movements are most definitely not assimilationist, and in fact Rothman and Lichter view assimilation, defined as complete absorption and loss of minority group identity, as an alternative to the adoption of universalist political movements. Universalist ideologies may be smoke screens that actually facilitate the continued existence of group strategies while promoting the denial of their importance by in-group and out-group members alike. Judaism as a cohesive, ethnically based group strategy is able to continue to exist but in a cryptic or semi-cryptic state. Corroborating this perspective, Levin, 1977, 105, states, Marx's analysis of Judaism as a caste gave socialist thinkers an easy way out, to ignore or minimize the Jewish problem. In Poland, the Jewish-dominated Communist Party decried worker and peasant participation in anti-Semitic pogroms during the 1930s because such individuals were not acting on behalf of their class interests. Schartz 1991, 99, an interpretation in which ethnic conflicts result from capitalism, and will end after the Communist Revolution. One reason little anti-Semitism existed within the social democratic movement in late 19th century Germany was that Marxist theory explained all social phenomena. Social democrats did not need anti-Semitism, another all-embracing theory, to explain the events of their lives. Davidovich 1975, 42. The Social Democrats, and Marx never analyzed Judaism as a nation or as an ethnic group, but as a religious and economic community. Pulzer 1964, 269. In theory, therefore, antisemitism, and other ethnic conflicts would disappear with the advent of a socialist society. It is possible that such an interpretation actually served to lower antisemitism in some cases. Levy, 1975, 190, suggests that antisemitism was minimized among the Gentile working-class constituency of the German Social Democrats by the activities of party leaders and socialist theoreticians who framed the political and economic problems of this group in terms of class conflict rather than Jewish-Gentile conflict and actively opposed any cooperation with anti-Semitic parties. Trotsky and other Jews in the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party considered themselves as representing the Jewish proletariat within the wider socialist movement, see Note 4, but they were opposed to the separatist, nationalist program of the Russian Jewish Bund. Arthur Liebman, 1979, 122-123, suggests that these assimilationist socialists consciously conceptualized a post-revolutionary society in which Judaism would exist, but with a lessened social salience. For them, the ultimate solution of the Jewish problem would be an internationalist socialist society that paid no heed to distinctions between Jews and non-Jews. To hasten the establishment of such a society, it became necessary, in the view of these assimilationist socialists, for Jews to consider ethnic and religious distinctions between them, and non-Jews as irrelevant. Similarly, after the revolution, having abandoned their own origins and identity, yet not finding, or sharing, or being fully admitted to Russian life, except in the world of the party, the Jewish Bolsheviks found their ideological home in revolutionary universalism. They dreamt of a classless and stateless society supported by Marxist faith and doctrine that transcended the particularities and burdens of Jewish existence. Levin 1988, 49. These individuals, along with many highly nationalist ex-Bundists, ended up administrating programs related to Jewish national life in the Soviet Union. Apparently, although they rejected the radical Jewish separatism of either the Bundists or the Zionists, they envisioned the continuity of secular Jewish national life in the Soviet Union, for example, Levin 1988, 52. This belief in the invisibility of Judaism in a socialist society can also be found among American Jewish radicals. American Jewish socialists of the 1890s, for example, envisioned a society in which race played no part. Rogoff 1930, 115, apparently a proposal in which Jews and non-Jews would remain in their separate spheres in a class-based workers' movement. In the event, even this level of assimilation was not attained. These organizers worked in a completely Jewish milieu and retained strong ties with the Jewish community. Their actions continued to be at variance with their ideology. The more deeply they moved into the field of organizing Jewish workers, the more loudly they insisted on their socialist universalism. Liebman 1979, 256-257. The gap between rhetoric and reality strongly suggests the importance of deception and self-deception in these phenomena. Indeed, these socialist labor organizers never abandoned their universalistic rhetoric, but actively resisted incorporating their unions into the wider American labor movement even after the decline of Yiddish among their members left them without any excuses for failing to do so. Within the unions they engaged in ethnic politics aimed at keeping their own ethnic group in power. Liebman 1979, 270 ff, actions obviously at odds with socialist rhetoric. In the end, the attachment of many of these individuals to socialism declined and was replaced by a strong sense of Jewish ethnicity and peoplehood. Liebman 1979, 270. The result was that the veneer or universalism covered up a continued separatism of radical Jewish intellectuals and political organizers. Gentile intellectuals, really are not totally accepted into even the secularist humanist liberal company of their quondam Jewish friends. Jews continue to insist in indirect and often inexplicable ways on their own uniqueness. Jewish universalism in relations between Jews and non-Jews has an empty ring. Still, we have the anomaly of Jewish secularists and atheists writing their own prayer books. We find Jewish political reformers breaking with their local parties which stress an ethnic style of politics, and ostensibly pressing for universal political goals, while organizing their own political clubs which are so Jewish in style and manner that non-Jews often feel unwelcome. Liebman 1973, 158. Universalism may thus be viewed as a mechanism for Jewish continuity via crypsis or semi-crypsis. The Jewish radical is invisible to the Gentile as a Jew and thereby avoids antisemitism while at the same time covertly retains his or her Jewish identity. Lyons, 1982, 73, finds that most Jewish communists wear their Jewishness very casually but experience it deeply. It is not a religious or even an institutional Jewishness for most, nevertheless, it is rooted in a subculture of identity, style, language, and social network. In fact, this second-generation Jewishness was anti-ethnic and yet the height of ethnicity. The emperor believed that he was clothed in transethnic, American garb, but Gentiles saw the nuances and details of his naked ethnicity. These remarks indicate an element of crypsis, a self-deceptive disjunction between private and public personas, a dual posturing revealing one face to the outer world and another to the tribe. Horowitz 1997, 42. But this pose has a cost. As Albert Memmi, 1966, 236, notes, the Jew of the left must pay for this protection by his modesty and anonymity, his apparent lack of concern for all that relates to his own people. Like the poor man who enters a middle-class family, they demand that he at least have the good taste to make himself invisible. Because of the nature of their own ideology, Jews on the left were forced to de-emphasize specifically Jewish issues, such as the Holocaust and Israel, despite their strong identification as Jews. Visser 1987. It is precisely this feature of the Jewish leftist intellectual movements that are most repellent to ethnically committed Jews. See, for example, Visser 1987. Ethnic identification was often unconscious, suggesting self-deception. Lyons, 1982, 74, finds that among his sample of Jewish American communists, evidence of the importance of ethnicity in general and Jewishness in particular permeates the available record. Many communists, for example, state that they could never have married a spouse who was not a leftist. When Jews were asked if they could have married Gentiles, many hesitated, surprised by the question, and found it difficult to answer. Upon reflection, many concluded that they had always taken marriage to someone Jewish for granted. The alternative was never really considered, particularly among Jewish men. Moreover, there were conscious attempts at deception directed at making Jewish involvement in radical political movements invisible by placing an American face on what was in reality largely a Jewish movement. Liebman 1979, 527 ff. Both the Socialist Party and the CPUSA took pains to have Gentiles prominently displayed as leaders, and the CPUSA actively encouraged Jewish members to take Gentile-sounding names. This phenomenon also occurred in Poland, see above, and the Soviet Union, cp. 97. Despite representing over half the membership in both the Socialist Party and the CPUSA during some periods, neither party ever had Jews as presidential candidates, and no Jew held the top position in the CPUSA after 1929. Gentiles were brought from long distances and given highly visible staff positions in Jewish-dominated socialist organizations in New York. Jewish domination of these organizations not uncommonly led Gentiles to leave when they realized their role as window dressing in a fundamentally Jewish organization. Liebman, 1979, 561, notes that New Left radicals often took pains to ignore Jewish issues entirely. The New Left de-emphasized ethnicity and religion in its ideology while emphasizing social categories and political issues such as the Vietnam War and discrimination against blacks, which were very divisive for white Gentiles but for which Jewish identity was irrelevant. Moreover, these issues did not threaten Jewish middle-class interests, especially Zionism. Jewish identity, though salient to the participants, was publicly submerged. And as noted above, when the New Left began adopting positions incompatible with Jewish interests, Jews tended to sever their ties with the movement. In a remarkable illustration of the perceived invisibility of the group dynamics of Jewish involvement in radical political movements, Liebman, 1979, 167, describes 1960s student activists as completely unaware that their actions could lead to antisemitism, because Jews were overrepresented among the activists. Liebman shows that in fact other Jews were concerned that their actions would lead to antisemitism. From their own perspective, they were successfully engaging in crypsis. They supposed that their Jewishness was completely invisible to the outside world while at the same time it retained a great deal of subjective salience to themselves. At a theoretical level, this is a classic case of self-deception, considered in Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 8, as an essential feature of Jewish religious ideology and reactions to antisemitism. In the event, the deception appears to have generally failed, if not for the New Left, at least for the Old Left. There was a general lack of rapport between Jewish radical intellectuals and non-Jewish intellectuals within Old Left radical organizations, see Liebman 1973, 158-159. Some Gentile intellectuals found the movement attractive because of its Jewish dominance, but for the most part the essentially Jewish milieu was a barrier, Liebman 1979, 530 ff. The Jewish commitment of these radicals, their desire to remain within a Jewish milieu, and their negative attitudes toward Christian Gentile culture prevented them from being effective recruiters among the Gentile working class. As David Horowitz's communist father wrote while on a trip through Colorado in the 1930s, "I have feelings that I am in a foreign land. And it strikes me that unless we learn the people of this country so thoroughly so that we won't feel that way, we won't get anywhere. I'm afraid that most of us aren't really patriotic, I mean at bottom deeply fond of the country and people." Similarly, former communist Sidney Hook, 1987, 188, noted, "It was as if they had no roots in, or knowledge of, the American society they wanted to transform." A similar situation occurred in Poland, where the efforts of even the most de-ethnicized Jewish communists were inhibited by the traditional Jewish attitudes of superiority toward and an estrangement from traditional Polish culture, Schatz 1991, 119. And once in the party, many non-Jews were repelled by its highly intellectual atmosphere and dropped out. As expected on the basis of social identity theory on the hypothesis that radicalism was fundamentally a form of secular Judaism, there are indications of an anti-Gentile atmosphere within these organizations. There was also present among Jewish intellectuals and leftists a mixture of hostility and superiority toward Gentiles, Liebman 1979, 534. There was also an ethnic divide between Jewish and black Communist Party workers resulting at least partly from a missionary and patronizing attitude of the Jewish organizers, Lyons 1982, 80. Encounters between blacks and Jews always seemed to involve Jews reaching out and helping blacks, teaching them, guiding them. Many black intellectuals ended their flirtation with the Communist Party bitter not only at the communists but at Jews they felt had treated them condescendingly. How can the average public school Negro be expected to understand the exigencies of the capitalist system as it applies to both Jew and Gentile in America, since both groups act strangely like Hitlerian Aryans, when it comes to colored folks? Asked Langston Hughes, bitter after a feud with Jewish communists. Kaufman 1997, 110. This sense of condescending superiority of Jewish radicals in the civil rights movement has been identified as a source of the current upsurge of antisemitism among African Americans. Conclusion? It is of some interest to attempt to understand the ultimate fate of Judaism in situations where society became organized according to a politically radical universalist ideology. In the Soviet Union, individual Jews played an important and sometimes decisive part in the leadership of the three main socialist parties, including the Bolsheviks, Pincus 1988, 42, see also Rothman and Lichter 1982, Shapiro 1961. Jews dominated Lenin's first Politburo, Rappaport 1990, 30. Lenin himself had a Jewish maternal grandfather, Volkogonov 1995, and is reported to have said that an intelligent Russian is almost always a Jew or someone with Jewish blood in his veins. In Pipes 1990, 352, Jews made up a greater percentage of other Russian revolutionary parties than they did the Bolsheviks. Lindemann 1997, 425 ff. Indeed, there is some evidence for a Jewish-Gentile schism between the Bolsheviks and the more internationally minded Mensheviks, whose ranks included a much larger percentage of Jews. Recall also the internationalism of the Jewish Bolsheviks, see above. Nevertheless, Jews were prominently represented as leaders of the Bolsheviks and within the Bolshevik movement, citing the absolute numbers of Jews, or their percentage of the whole, fails to recognize certain key if intangible factors, the assertiveness and often dazzling verbal skills of Jewish Bolsheviks, their energy, and their strength of conviction, p. 429. Jewish Bolsheviks were also more highly educated than non-Jewish Bolsheviks and more likely to be polylingual. As noted in Chapter 1, American Jewish radicals were highly intelligent, hard-working, dedicated and upwardly mobile, traits that undoubtedly contributed to the success of their organizations. 4 of the top 7 leaders were ethnic Jews, not counting Lenin, who, as Lindemann notes, was 1/4 Jewish and therefore Jewish enough to have come under suspicion in Nazi Germany. Lenin was widely regarded as a Jew, as were approximately 1/3 of the top 50. Moreover, Lindemann points out that several of the top Gentiles in the Bolshevik movement, including Lenin, might be termed Jewified non-Jews, a term, freed of its ugly connotations, that might be used to underline an often overlooked point. Even in Russia there were some non-Jews, whether Bolsheviks or not, who respected Jews, praised them abundantly, imitated them, cared about their welfare, and established intimate friendships or romantic liaisons with them. P. 433. For example, Lenin openly and repeatedly praised the role of the Jews in the revolutionary movement. He was one of the most adamant and consistent in the party in his denunciations of pogroms and antisemitism more generally. After the revolution, he backed away from his earlier resistance to Jewish nationalism, accepting that under Soviet rule Jewish nationality might be legitimate. On his deathbed, Lenin spoke fondly of the Jewish Menshevik Julius Martov, for whom he had always retained a special personal affection in spite of their fierce ideological differences. Citing Paul Johnson's 1988 important work, Lindemann notes Trotsky's paramount role in planning and leading the Bolshevik uprising and his role as a brilliant military leader in establishing the Red Army as a military force, p. 448. Moreover, many of Trotsky's personality traits are stereotypically Jewish. If one accepts that antisemitism was most potently driven by anxiety and fear, as distinguished from contempt, then the extent to which Trotsky became a source of preoccupation with antisemites is significant. Here, too, Johnson's words are suggestive. He writes of Trotsky's demonic power, the same term, revealingly, used repeatedly by others in referring to Zinoviev's oratory or Uritsky's ruthlessness. Trotsky's boundless self-confidence, his notorious arrogance, and sense of superiority were other traits often associated with Jews. Fantasies there were about Trotsky and other Bolsheviks, but there were also realities around which the fantasies grew. p. 448. Vaxburg, 1994, has a particularly interesting presentation. He notes, for example, that in a photo montage of the Bolshevik leaders taken in 1920, 22 of the 61 leaders were Jews, and the picture did not include Kaganovich, Pyatnitsky, Goloshkakin, and many others who were part of the ruling circle, and whose presence on that album page would have raised the percentage of Jews even higher, p. 20. In addition to the very large overrepresentation of Jews at these levels, there were a plethora of Jewish wives among the non-Jewish leaders, p. 49, which must have heightened the Jewish atmosphere of the top levels of the government, given that everyone, especially Stalin, appears to have been quite conscious of ethnicity. Stalin himself went to great lengths to discourage the marriage of his daughter to a Jew and disapproved of other Jewish Gentile marriages. Vaxburg, 1994, 139. For their part, anti-Semites accused Jews of having implanted those of their own category as wives and husbands for influential figures and officials. In Kostyashenko, 1995, 272, italics in text. This point fits well with Lindemann's description of Gentile Bolsheviks as Jewified non-Jews. Among Gentile Russians there was a widespread perception that whereas everybody else had lost from the revolution, the Jews, and they alone, had benefited from it. Pipes, 1993, 101, as indicated, for example, by official Soviet government efforts against antisemitism. As in the case of post-World War II Poland, Jews were considered trustworthy supporters of the regime because of the very great change in their status brought about by the revolution. Vaxburg, 1994, 60. As a result, the immediate post-revolutionary period was characterized by intense antisemitism, including the numerous pogroms carried out by the White Army. However, Stalin decided to destroy the myth of the decisive role of the Jews in the planning, organization, and realization of the revolution, and to emphasize the role of Russians. Vaxburg, 1994, 82. Just as do contemporary Jewish apologists, Stalin had an interest in de-emphasizing the role of Jews in the revolution, but for different reasons. Jews were highly overrepresented among the political and cultural elite in the Soviet Union throughout the 1920s, Ginsburg, 1993, 53, Horowitz, 1993, 83, Pipes, 1993, 112, and, indeed, into the 1950s era of the purges of Jews from the economic and cultural elite, Kostyashenko, 1995. I interpret Vaxburg's, 1994, thesis regarding Stalin as implying that Stalin was an antisemite from very early on, but that because of the powerful presence of Jews at the top reaches of the government and other areas of Soviet society as well as the need to appeal to Western governments, his efforts to remove Jews from top levels of government developed only slowly, and he was forced to engage in considerable deception. Thus, Stalin mixed his measures against Jews with overt expressions of philo-Semitism, and often included a few non-Jews to mask the anti-Jewish intent. For example, just prior to a series of trials in which 11 of the 16 defendants were Jewish, there was a widely publicized trial of 2 non-Jews on charges of anti-Semitism, p. 77. In the trials of the Jews, no mention was made of Jewish ethnic background and, with one exception, the defendants were referred to only by their, non-Jewish sounding, party pseudonyms rather than their Jewish names. Stalin continued to give honors and awards to Jewish artists during the 1930s even while he was removing the top Jewish political leaders and replacing them with Gentiles. See also Rubinstein, 1996, 272. The campaign to remove Jews from administrative positions in the cultural establishment began as early as 1942, again accompanied by prizes and awards to prominent Jewish scientists and artists to deflect charges of anti-Semitism. Full-blown state-sponsored anti-Semitism emerged in the post-World War II era, complete with quotas on Jewish admission to universities that were harsher than in Tsarist times. However, it was not merely Stalin's personal anti-Semitism that was involved, rather, anti-Semitism was motivated by very traditional concerns about Jews relating to economic and cultural domination and loyalty. Kostyashenko, 1995, shows that ethnic Russians seeking to dislodge Jews from dominant positions among the Soviet elite were an important source of pressure on Stalin. Purges of disproportionately Jewish elites were made in the areas of journalism, the arts, academic departments of history, pedagogy, philosophy, economics, medicine and psychiatry, and scientific research institutes in all areas of the natural sciences. There were also widespread purges of Jews at the top levels of management and engineering throughout the economy. Jewish intellectuals were characterized as rootless cosmopolitans who lacked sympathy with Russian national culture, and they were regarded as disloyal because of their open enthusiasm for Israel and their close ties to American Jews. Jews were also highly overrepresented as leaders among the other communist governments in Eastern Europe as well as in communist revolutionary movements in Germany and Austria from 1918 to 1923. In the short-lived communist government in Hungary in 1919, 95% of the leading figures of Bela Kun's government were Jews, Pipes 1993, 112. This government energetically liquidated predominantly Gentile counter-revolutionaries, and the ensuing struggle led by Admiral Horthy eventuated in the execution of most of the Jewish leadership of the communist government, a struggle with clear anti-Semitic overtones. Moreover, Jewish agents in the service of the Soviet Union featured prominently in Western communist parties, even within the various and often violently contending factions of the nascent communist parties of the West. Foreign Jews, taking orders from Moscow became a hot issue. It remained mostly taboo in socialist ranks to refer openly to Moscow's agents as Jewish, but the implication was often that such foreign Jews were destroying Western socialism. Lindemann 1997, 435–436. Jews thus achieved leading positions in these societies in the early stages, but in the long run, anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union and other Eastern European communist societies became a well-known phenomenon, and an important political cause among American Jews, Sachar 1992, Wucha 1986. As we have seen, Stalin gradually diminished the power of Jews in the Soviet Union, and anti-Semitism was an important factor in the decline of Jews in leadership positions in Eastern European communist governments. The cases of Hungary and Poland are particularly interesting. Given the role of Jewish communists in post-war Poland, it is not surprising that an anti-Semitic movement developed and eventually toppled the generation from power. See Schartz 1991, 264 ff. After Nikita Khrushchev's to-Stalinization speech of 1956, the party split into a Jewish and anti-Jewish section, with the anti-Jewish section complaining of too many Jews in top positions. In the words of a leader of the anti-Jewish faction, the preponderance of Jews makes people hate Jews and mistrust the party. The Jews estrange people from the party and from the Soviet Union. National feelings have been offended, and it is the duty of the party to adjust to the demands so that Poles, not Jews, hold the top positions in Poland. In Schartz 1991, 268. Khrushchev himself supported a new policy with his remark that you have already too many Abramoviches, in Schartz 1991, 272. Even this first stage in the anti-Jewish purges was accompanied by anti-Semitic incidents among the public at large, as well as demands that Jewish communists who had changed their names to lower their profile in the party reveal themselves. As a result of these changes, over half of Polish Jews responded by emigrating to Israel between 1956 and 1959. Anti-Semitism increased dramatically toward the end of the 1960s. Jews were gradually downgraded in status, and Jewish communists were blamed for Poland's misfortunes. The protocols of the Elders of Zion circulated widely among party activists, students, and army personnel. The security force, which had been dominated by Jews and directed towards suppressing Polish nationalism, was now dominated by Poles who viewed Jews as a group in need of close and constant surveillance. p. 290. Jews were removed from important positions in the government, the military, and the media. Elaborate files were maintained on Jews, including the crypto-Jews who had changed their names and adopted non-Jewish external identities. As the Jews had done earlier, the anti-Jewish group developed networks that promoted their own people throughout the government and the media. Jews now became dissidents, and defectors where before they had dominated the state forces of orthodoxy. The earthquake finally erupted in 1968 with an anti-Semitic campaign consequent to outpourings of joy among Jews over Israel's victory in the Six-Day War. Israel's victory occurred despite Soviet bloc support of the Arabs, and President Golmukar condemned the Jewish fifth column in the country. Extensive purges of Jews swept the country, and secular Jewish life, for example, Yiddish magazines and Jewish schools and day camps, was essentially dissolved. This hatred toward Jews clearly resulted from the role Jews played in post-war Poland. As one intellectual described it, Poland's problems resulted essentially from ethnic conflict between Poles and Jews, in which the Jews were supported by the Russians. The problems were due to the arrival in our country of certain politicians dressed in officers' uniforms, who later presumed that only they, the Zambrowskis, the Radkiewicz, the Bermans, had the right to leadership, a monopoly over deciding what was right for the Polish nation. The solution would come when the abnormal ethnic composition of society was corrected, in Schart's 1991, 306, 307. The remaining Jews, both as a collective and as individuals, were singled out, slandered, ostracized, degraded, threatened, and intimidated with breathtaking intensity and malignance. p. 308. Most left Poland for Israel, and all were forced to renounce their Polish citizenship. They left behind only a few thousand mostly aged Jews. The case of Hungary is entirely analogous to Poland, both in the origins of the triumph of communist Jews and in their eventual defeat by an anti-Semitic movement. Despite evidence that Stalin was an anti-Semite, he installed Jewish communists as leaders of his effort to dominate Hungary after World War II. The government was completely dominated by Jews. Rothman and Lister 1982-89, A Common Perception Among the Hungarian People, see Irving 1981, 47 ff. The Wags of Budapest explained the presence of a lone Gentile in the party leadership on the grounds that a Goy was needed to turn on the lights on Saturday. Rothman and Lister 1982-89. The Hungarian Communist Party, with the backing of the Red Army, tortured, imprisoned, and executed opposition political leaders and other dissidents, and effectively harnessed Hungary's economy in the service of the Soviet Union. They thus created a situation similar to that in Poland. Jews were installed by their Russian masters as the ideal middle stratum between an exploitative alien ruling elite and a subject native population. Jews were seen as having engineered the communist revolution and as having benefited most from the revolution. Jews constituted nearly all of the party's elite, held the top positions in the security police, and dominated managerial positions throughout the economy. Not only were Jewish Communist Party functionaries and economic managers economically dominant, they also appear to have had fairly unrestricted access to Gentile females working under them, partly as a result of the poverty to which the vast majority of the population had descended, and partly because of specific government policies designed to undermine traditional sexual mores by, for example, paying women to have illegitimate children. See Irving 1981, 111. The domination of the Hungarian communist Jewish bureaucracy thus appears to have had overtones of sexual and reproductive domination of Gentiles, in which Jewish males were able to have disproportionate sexual access to Gentile females. As an indication of the gulf between ruler and ruled in Hungary, a student commented, "Take Hungary, who was the enemy?" For Rokoshi, the Jewish leader of the Hungarian Communist Party, and his gang. The enemy was us, the Hungarian people. They believed that Hungarians were innately fascist. This was the attitude of the Jewish communists, the Moscow Group. They had nothing but contempt for the people. In Irving 1981, 146. The comment illustrates a theme of the loyalty issue discussed in Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 2. Jewish disloyalty to the people among whom they have lived is often exacerbated by antisemitism, which itself is linked to the other common sources of antisemitism. Moreover, ethnicity continued to be a prominent factor in the post-revolutionary period despite its theoretical unimportance. When Jewish functionaries wanted to penalize a farmer who failed to meet his quota, gypsies were sent to strip the farmer's property because other townspeople would not cooperate in the destruction of one of their own. Irving 1981, 132. Here the party functionaries were taking advantage of the same principle Stalin and other alien rulers have recognized when they used Jews as an exploitative stratum, between themselves and a subject native population. Foreign ethnics are relatively willing to exploit other groups. It is not surprising, therefore, that the Hungarian uprising of 1956 included elements of a traditional anti-Semitic pogrom, as indicated by anti-Jewish attitudes among the refugees of the period. In this regard, the uprising was not unlike many anti-Semitic pogroms that occurred in traditional societies when the power of the alien ruling elite, who supported the Jews, diminished. See Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 2, A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 5. As with all experiments in living, leftist universalist ideology and political structure may not achieve the results desired by their Jewish proponents. On the basis of the data presented here, the eventual failure of political radicalism to guarantee Jewish interests has been a prime factor in Jews abandoning radical movements or attempting to combine radicalism with an overt Jewish identity and commitment to Jewish interests. In the long run, it would appear that ideologies of universalism and presence of continued group cohesion and identity may not be an effective mechanism for combating antisemitism. In retrospect, Jewish advocacy of highly collectivist social structure represented by socialism and communism has been a poor strategy for Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. Judaism and bureaucratic, statist socialism are not obviously incompatible, and we have seen that Jews were able to develop a predominant political and cultural position in socialist societies, as they have in more individualistic societies. However, the highly authoritarian, collectivist structure of these societies also results in the highly efficient institutionalization of antisemitism, in the event that Jewish predominance within the society, despite a great deal of crypsis, comes to be viewed negatively. Moreover, the tendency for such societies to develop a political monoculture implies that Judaism can survive only by engaging in semi-crypsis. As Horowitz, 1993, 86, notes, Jewish life is diminished when the creative opposition of the sacred and the secular, or the church and the state, are seen as having to yield to a higher set of political values. Jews suffer, their numbers decline, and immigration becomes a survival solution when the state demands integration into a national mainstream, a religious universal defined by a state religion or a near-state religion. In the long run, radical individualism among Gentiles and the fragmentation of Gentile culture offer a superior environment for Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy, and this is indeed an important direction of current Jewish intellectual and political activity, see chapters 5 to 7. In this regard, it is interesting that many neoconservative Jewish intellectuals in the contemporary United States have rejected corporate, statist ideologies as a direct consequence of the recognition that these ideologies have resulted in corporate, state-sponsored antisemitism. Indeed, the beginnings of the neoconservative movement can be traced to the Moscow trials of the 1930s, in which many of the old Jewish Bolsheviks, including Trotsky, were convicted of treason. The result was the development of the New York intellectuals as an anti-Stalinist leftist movement, parts of which gradually evolved into neoconservatism, see Chapter 6. The neoconservative movement has been fervently anti-communist and has opposed ethnic quotas and affirmative action policies in the United States, policies that would clearly preclude free competition between Jews and Gentiles. Part of the attraction neoconservatism held for Jewish intellectuals was its compatibility with support for Israel at a time when Third World countries supported by most American leftists were strongly anti-Zionist. Rothman and Lichter 1982, 105. Many neoconservative intellectuals had previously been ardent leftists, and the split between these previous allies resulted in an intense internecine feud. Similarly, there was a trend towards a libertarian and individualist perspective by converso intellectuals consequent to corporate, state-sponsored antisemitism during the period of the Inquisition. Castro, 1971, 327 ff., emphasizes the libertarian, anarchist, individualistic, and anti-corporate strand of converso thought, and attributes it to the fact that the conversos were being oppressed by an anti-libertarian, corporate state. These intellectuals, oppressed by the purity of blood laws and the Inquisition itself, argued that God did not distinguish between one Christian and another. Castro 1971, 333. When an experiment in ideology and political structure fails, another experiment is launched. Since the Enlightenment, Judaism has not been a unified, monolithic movement. Judaism is a series of experiments in living, and since the Enlightenment there have been a variety of Jewish experiments in living. There has clearly been a great deal of disagreement among Jews as how best to attain their interests during this period, and certainly the interests of Jewish radicals conflicted at times with the interests of wealthy Jews, often their Jewish employers. Levin 1977, 210. The voluntary nature of Jewish association since the Enlightenment has resulted in relative fractionation of Judaism, with individual Jews drawn to different experiments in Jewish living. In this sense, Jewish radicalism must be viewed as one of several solutions to the problem of developing a viable Judaism in the post-Enlightenment period, along with Zionism, Neo-Orthodoxy, Conservative Judaism, Reform Judaism, Neoconservatism, and Judaism as a civil religion. In the following chapter we shall see that psychoanalysis has played a similar role among a large number of Jewish intellectuals. Appendix to Chapter 3, Stalin's Willing Executioners, Jews as a Hostile Elite in the USSR. A persistent theme among critics of Jews, particularly those on the pre-World War II right, has been that the Bolshevik Revolution was a Jewish revolution, and that the Soviet Union was dominated by Jews. This theme appears in a wide range of writings, from Henry Ford's International Jew, to published statements by a long list of British, French, and American political figures in the 1920s, Winston Churchill, Woodrow Wilson, and David Lloyd George, and, in its most extreme form, by Adolf Hitler, who wrote, "Now begins the last great revolution. By wresting political power for himself, the Jew casts off the few remaining shreds of disguise he still wears. The democratic plebeian Jew turns into the blood Jew and the tyrant of peoples. In a few years he will try to exterminate the national pillars of intelligence and, by robbing the peoples of their natural spiritual leadership, will make them ripe for the slavish lot of a permanent subjugation. The most terrible example of this is Russia. This long tradition stands in sharp contradiction to the official view, promulgated by Jewish organizations and almost all contemporary historians, that Jews played no special role in Bolshevism and indeed, were uniquely victimized by it. Yuri Slurskin's book provides a much-needed resolution to these opposing perspectives. It is an intellectual tour de force, alternately muddled and brilliant, courageous and apologetic. Apollonians and Mercurians. One of the muddled elements, apparent at the beginning and present throughout the Jewish century, is Slurskin's claim that the peoples of the world can be classified into two groups. The successful peoples of the modern world, termed Mercurians, are urban, mobile, literate, articulate, and intellectually sophisticated. Distinguished by their ability to manipulate symbols, they pursue wealth for the sake of learning, learning for the sake of wealth, and both wealth and learning for their own sake, p. 1. Since Slurskin sees Jews as the quintessential Mercurians, he regards modernization as essentially a process of everyone becoming Jewish. His second group, which he calls Apollonians, is rooted in the land and in traditional agrarian cultures, and prizes physical strength and warrior values. Slurskin conceptualizes Mercurianism as a worldview, and therefore a matter of psychological choice, rather than as a set of psychological mechanisms, the most important of which is general intelligence. As a result of this false premise, he exaggerates the similarity among Mercurians, underestimates the power of ethnocentrism as a unifying factor in Jewish history, and fails to understand the roots of Western social and economic institutions. Slurskin views Judaism as one of many Mercurian cultures, peoples that dwell alone in diasporas, living among strangers and often acting as economic middlemen, the overseas Chinese, Indians, and Lebanese, and the Gypsies and Irish travelers. Their common denominator, in Slurskin's view, and mine, is their status as strangers to the people they live among, sojourners who, above all else, do not intermarry or socialize with the locals. Their interactions with the local Apollonians involve mutual hostility, suspicion and contempt, p. 20, and a sense of superiority. Moreover, a common host stereotype of the Mercurians is that they are devious, acquisitive, greedy, crafty, pushy, and crude, p. 23. The Mercurians possess greater kin solidarity and internal cohesion than the people they live among. They are characterized by extended families and patriarchal social organization. So far, so good, although I would stress that the family organization of such groups derives more from the long-term adaptation to the culture areas they originate from rather than it is an adaptation to the nomadic, middleman niche. But Slurskin maintains that Mercurians are above all smarter than the people they live among. They are said to possess cunning intelligence, but it is surely a mistake to consider such disparate groups as Jews, or the overseas Chinese, and Gypsies, or the Irish travelers, as having in common a particular set of intellectual traits. After all, the Jews, as Slurskin shows, have repeatedly become an academic, intellectual, cultural, and economic elite in Western societies, while Gypsies have tended toward illiteracy and are at best an economically marginal group. Slurskin imagines that the Gypsies and literate middleman groups like the Jews or overseas Chinese differ not in intelligence but only in whether they express their intelligence through literacy or an oral culture. Businessmen, diplomats, doctors, and psychotherapists are literate peddlers, heralds, healers, and fortune-tellers, p. 29, a formulation that will not stand the test of current psychometric data. In fact, the general patterns of Gypsies are the opposite of Jews, a low investment, low IQ reproductive style characterized by higher fertility, earlier onset of sexual behavior and reproduction, more unstable pair bonds, higher rate of single parenting, shorter interval of birth spacing, higher infant mortality rate, and higher rate of survival of low birth weight infants. Intelligence, for Slurskin, is a lifestyle choice, rather than a set of brain processes underlying information processing, and strongly influenced by genetic variation. As we shall see, this formulation is very useful to Slurskin as he constructs his argument later in the book. In his attempt to paint with a very broad brush, Slurskin also ignores other real differences among the Mercurians, most notably, I would argue, the aggressiveness of the Jews compared to the relative passivity of the overseas Chinese. Both the Jews and the overseas Chinese are highly intelligent and entrepreneurial, but the overseas Chinese have not formed a hostile cultural elite in Southeast Asian countries, where they have chiefly settled, and have not been concentrated in media ownership or in the construction of culture. We do not read of Chinese cultural movements disseminated in the major universities and media outlets that subject the traditional culture of Southeast Asians and anti-Chinese sentiment to radical critique, or of Chinese organizations campaigning for the removal of native cultural and religious symbols from public places. Slurskin paints Jews as deeply involved in the construction of culture and in the politics of the host societies, but the role of the Chinese was quite different. The following passage describing the political attitudes of the overseas Chinese in Thailand could never have applied to Jews in Western societies since the Enlightenment, but few seem to know or indeed to care about the restrictions on citizenship, nationality rights, and political activities in general, nor are these restrictions given much publicity in the Chinese press. This merely points up the fact, recognized by all observers, that the overseas Chinese are primarily concerned with making a living, or amassing a fortune, and thus take only a passive interest in the formal political life of the country in which they live. Moreover, Slurskin pictures the middlemen as specializing in certain dangerous, marvelous, and distasteful, p. 9, but nevertheless indispensable, pursuits, p. 36, a formulation that carries a grain of truth, as in places where natives were prohibited from loaning money at interest. However, he ignores, or at least fails to spell out, the extent to which Jews have been willing agents of exploitative elites, not only in Western societies, but in the Muslim world as well. This is the overarching generalization which one can make about Jewish economic behavior over the ages. Their role went far beyond performing tasks deemed inappropriate for the natives for religious reasons, rather they were often tasks at which natives would be relatively less ruthless in exploiting their fellows. This was especially the case in Eastern Europe, where economic arrangements such as tax farming, estate management, and monopolies on retail liquor distribution lasted far longer than in the West. In this way, the Jewish arrendator became the master of life and death over the population of entire districts, and having nothing but a short-term and purely financial interest in the relationship, was faced with the irresistible temptation to pare his temporary subjects to the bone. On the noble estates he tended to put his relatives and co-religionists in charge of the flour mill, the brewery, and in particular of the lord's taverns where by custom the peasants were obliged to drink. On the church estates, he became the collector of all ecclesiastical dues, standing by the church door for his payment from tithe-payers, baptized infants, newlyweds, and mourners. On the royal estates, he became in effect the crown agent, farming out the tolls, taxes, and courts, and adorning his oppressions with all the dignity of royal authority. Jewish involvement in the communist elite of the USSR can be seen as a variation on an ancient theme in Jewish culture rather than a new one sprung from the special circumstances of the Bolshevik Revolution. Rather than being the willing agents of exploitative non-Jewish elites who were clearly separated from both the Jews and the people they ruled, Jews became an entrenched part of an exploitative and oppressive elite in which group boundaries were blurred. This blurring of boundaries was aided by four processes, all covered by Slurskin: shedding overt Jewish identities in favor of a veneer of international socialism in which Jewish identity and ethnic networking were relatively invisible, seeking lower-profile positions in order to de-emphasize Jewish preeminence, for example, Trotsky, adopting Slavic names, and engaging in a limited amount of intermarriage with non-Jewish elites. Indeed, the plethora of Jewish wives among non-Jewish leaders doubtless heightened the Jewish atmosphere of the top levels of the Soviet government, given that everyone, especially Stalin, appears to have been quite conscious of ethnicity. For their part, anti-Semites have accused Jews of having implanted those of their own category as wives and husbands for influential figures and officials. By emphasizing the necessity and distastefulness of traditional Jewish occupations, Slurskin also ignores the extent to which Jewish competition suppressed the formation of a native middle class in Eastern Europe. This has also occurred throughout Southeast Asia, because of competition from the overseas Chinese. Instead, Slurskin sees Eastern Europeans, through stereotypic lenses, as quintessential Apollonians, some of whom became Mercurian modernists when forced to by circumstances, rather than as containing elements that would have naturally aspired to and competently performed the economic and cultural functions that instead came to be performed by Jews because of their ability to create ethnic monopolies in goods and services. When Jews won the economic competition in early modern Poland, the result was that the great majority of Poles was reduced to the status of agricultural laborers supervised by Jewish estate managers in an economy in which trade, manufacturing, and artisanry were in large part controlled by Jews. On the other hand, In most of Western Europe, Jews had been expelled in the Middle Ages. As a result, when modernization occurred, it was accomplished with an indigenous middle class. If, as in Eastern Europe, Jews had won the economic competition in most of these professions, there would not have been a non-Jewish middle class in England. Whatever one imagines might have been the fortunes and character of England with predominantly Jewish artisans, merchants, and manufacturers, it seems reasonable to suppose that the Christian taxpayers of England made a good investment in their own future when they agreed to pay King Edward I a massive tax of £116,346 in return for expelling 2,000 Jews in 1290. While Slurskin's treatment overemphasizes middlemen as a societal necessity rather than as ethnic outsiders competing for scarce resources, he does note that the rise of the Jews in the USSR came at the expense of the Germans as a Mercurian minority in Russia prior to the revolution. Jews were excluded from traditional Russia apart from the Pale of Settlement, which included Ukraine, Lithuania, Byelorussia, Crimea, Stet, and part of Poland. Germans manned the imperial bureaucracy, formed a large percentage of professionals, entrepreneurs, and artisans, were more literate than the Russians, and had a sense of cultural superiority and ethnic solidarity. And so they were, mutatis mutandis, head to the Russian heart, mind to the Russian soul, consciousness to Russian spontaneity. They stood for calculation, efficiency, and discipline, cleanliness, fastidiousness, and sobriety, pushiness, tactlessness, and energy, sentimentality, love of family, and unmanliness, or absurdly exaggerated manliness. Perhaps paradoxically, in light of what would happen in the 20th century, Germans were, occupationally and conceptually, the Jews of ethnic Russia, as well as much of Eastern Europe. Or rather, the Russian Germans were to Russia what the German Jews were to Germany, only much more so. So fundamental were the German Mercurians to Russia's view of itself that both their existence and their complete and abrupt disappearance have been routinely taken for granted. Pages 113 to 114. Although the replacement of Germans by Jews was well underway by the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, a key consequence of the revolution was the substitution of one Mercurian group, the Germans, by another, the Jews. The difference between the Jews and the Germans was that the Jews had a long-standing visceral antipathy, out of past historical grievances, both real and imagined, toward the people and culture they came to administer. Indeed, Russians on the nationalist right admired the Germans, at least up to World War I. For example, a statute of one nationalist organization, Michael the Archangel Russian People's Union, expressed particular trust in the German population of the empire, while its leader, Vladimir Purishkevich, accused the Jews of irreconcilable hatred of Russia and everything Russian. Jews disliked the Christian religion of the vast majority of Russians because of the antagonistic relationship between Judaism and Christianity over the ages. Jews distrusted the peasants, who fell from grace, p. 140, with the intelligentsia after the numerous anti-Jewish pogroms, especially after 1880, and Jews blamed the Tsar for not doing enough to keep the peasants in check and for imposing the various quotas on Jewish advancement that went into place. Also beginning in the 1880s, quotas that slowed down but by no means halted Jewish overrepresentation in the universities and the professions. In this respect, the Germans were far more like the overseas Chinese, in that they became an elite without having an aggressively hostile attitude toward the people and culture they administered and dominated economically. Thus, when Jews achieved power in Russia, it was as a hostile elite with a deep sense of historic grievance. As a result, they became willing executioners of both the people and cultures they came to rule, including the Germans. After the revolution, not only were the Germans replaced, but there was active suppression of any remnants of the older order and their descendants. Jews have always shown a tendency to rise because their natural proclivities, for example, high intelligence, and powerful ethnic networking, but here they also benefited from anti-bourgeois quotas in educational institutions and other forms of discrimination against the middle class and aristocratic elements of the old regime that would have provided more competition with Jews. In a letter intercepted by the secret police, the father of a student wrote that his son and their friends were about to be purged from the university because of their class origins. It is clear that only the Jerusalem academics and the Communist Party members generally are going to stay, p. 243. The bourgeois elements from the previous regime, including the ethnic Germans, would have no future. Thus the mass murder of peasants and nationalists was combined with the systematic exclusion of the previously existing non-Jewish middle class. The wife of a Leningrad University professor noted, in all the institutions, only workers and Israelites are admitted. The life of the intelligentsia is very hard, p. 243. Even at the end of the 1930s, prior to the Russification that accompanied World War II, the Russian Federation was still doing penance for its imperial past while also serving as an example of an ethnicity-free society, p. 276. While all other nationalities, including Jews, were allowed and encouraged to keep their ethnic identities, the revolution remained an anti-majoritarian movement. Slurskin is aware of the biological reality of kinship and ethnicity, but he steadfastly pursues a cultural determinist model. He argues that biological models of ethnic nepotism are inappropriate because some nomadic groups are not kin groups but rather quasi-families like the Sicilian Mafia, p. 35. But this is a distinction without a difference. Why are natural kinship groups significantly different from groups composed of families that band together? Each is characterized by internal cohesion and external strangeness, the traits Slurskin deems essential. But there are also kinship connections and a genetic divide between themselves and surrounding peoples. Cultural badges of group membership and a culturally generated ideology of kin group membership are age-old ways of cementing kinship groups and setting up barriers that mark real biological differences, the evolved psychology described by modern research in social identity theory. And in any case, the demonstrable genetic differences between Slurskin's prototypical Mercurians, the Jews, Gypsies, and overseas Chinese, and the surrounding peoples cry out for a biological analysis. Moreover, Slurskin underestimates the power of ethnocentrism as a unifying factor in Jewish history. This is most apparent in his discussion of Israel, which he describes as a radical departure from the Jewish tradition, because Israel is a quintessentially Apollonian society. Long after Western societies had rejected ethnic nationalism, Israel continued to live in the European 1930s, only Israel still belonged to the eternally young, worshipped athleticism and inarticulateness, celebrated combat and secret police, promoted hiking and scouting, despised doubt and introspection, embodied the seamless unity of the chosen, and rejected most traits traditionally associated with Jewishness, after 2,000 years of living as Mercurians among Apollonians. Jews turned into the only Apollonians in a world of Mercurians, or rather, the only civilized Apollonians in a world of Mercurians and barbarians. Pages 327, 328. But Israelis certainly did not reject traditional Jewish ethnocentrism and sense of peoplehood. Slurskin portrays Israelis as simply choosing to be ethnocentric nationalists, but ethnocentrism, like intelligence, is a biological system, not a lifestyle choice, and traditional diaspora Jews were certainly deeply and intensely ethnocentric above all else. There can be little question that Israel and Zionism have been and are promoted and spearheaded by the most ethnocentric elements of the Jewish community. For Slurskin, as for so many Jews, the moral debt owed to Jews by Western societies justifies the most extreme expressions of Jewish racialism, the rhetoric of ethnic homogeneity and ethnic deportations, tabooed elsewhere in the West, is a routine element of Israeli political life. It is true that no other European nation is in a condition of permanent war. It is also true that no other European state can have as strong a claim on the West's moral imagination, pages 364 to 365. Slurskin sees the moral taboo on European ethnocentrism, the creation of Nazism as the epitome of absolute evil, and the consecration of Jews as the chosen people of the post-war Western world, p. 366, as simply the inevitable results of the events of World War II, pages 365 to 366. In fact, however, the creation and maintenance of the culture of the Holocaust and the special moral claims of Jews and Israel are the result of Jewish ethnic activism. These claims have a specific historical trajectory, they are fueled by specific key events, and they are sustained by specific forces. For example, the Holocaust was not emphasized as a cultural icon until the late 1960s and early 1970s, when images of the Holocaust were deployed on a large scale in popular culture by Jewish activists, specifically to rally support for Israel in the context of its wars of 1967 and 1973. Similarly, Slurskin sees the United States as a Jewish promised land precisely because it is not defined tribally and has no state-bearing natives, p. 369. But the recasting of the United States as a proposition nation was importantly influenced by the triumph of several Jewish intellectual and political movements more than it was a natural and inevitable culmination of American history. These movements collectively delegitimized cultural currents of the early 20th century whereby many Americans thought of themselves as members of a very successful ethnic group. For example, the immigration restrictionists of the 1920s unabashedly asserted the right of European-derived peoples to the land they had conquered and settled. Americans of Northern European descent in the United States thought of themselves as part of a cultural and ethnic heritage extending backward in time to the founding of the country, and writers like Madison Grant, The Passing of the Great Race, and Lothrop Stoddard, The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy, had a large public following. At that time both academia and mainstream culture believed in the reality of race, that there were important differences between the races, including in intelligence and moral character, and that races naturally competed for land and other resources. Jewish superiority. The assertion that Israel is the only civilized Apollonian society, despite its acknowledged racialism and open discussion of ethnic deportations, reveals Slurskin's belief in Jewish moral and intellectual superiority. Indeed, Slurskin regards both European individualism and the European nation-state as imitations of pre-existing Jewish accomplishments. Europeans imitated Jews not only in being modern, by becoming individualists interacting with strangers, but also in being ancient, i.e., by developing ethnically based nation-states, p. 44. So we read condescending passages such as among the most successful of the European Mercurians were Max Weber's Protestants, who discovered a humorless, dignified way to be Jewish, p. 41. This act of intellectual gymnastics depends on the following analogy: Jews act as an ethnically based tribe within societies, seeing non-Jews as strangers. Europeans establish tribal nation-states while behaving as individualists within their societies, seeing other Europeans as strangers. The sweeping conclusion: Jews are the progenitors therefore of both aspects of modernity, economic individualism and the ethnically based nation-state. The Holocaust then occurred because the European nation-state, although an imitation of Judaism, failed somehow to be sufficiently Jewish, in the hands of heavily armed, thoroughly bureaucratized, and imperfectly Judaized Apollonians. Mercurian exclusivity and fastidiousness became relentlessly expansive. In the hands of messianically inclined Apollonians, it turned lethal, especially to the Mercurians. The Holocaust had as much to do with tradition as it did with modernity, p. 46. But it is a huge stretch to argue from an analogy, and a loose one at that, to actual imitation and influence. And one just doesn't know what to say about his claim that Europeans perpetrated the Holocaust because they had become imperfect Jews. Slurskin fails to provide any evidence that there is anything but a hazy and forced logical connection between European individualism and the Jewish role as a diaspora people living among strangers. The reality is that by becoming individualists, Western Europeans returned to distinctive roots buried in their primeval past, whereas Judaism, because of its deep-seated tribalism, was widely regarded by Enlightenment intellectuals as an outmoded relic. Indeed, several Jewish commentators have noted that the post-Enlightenment forms of Judaism have essentially been responses to the corrosive effects of European civilization, with its emphasis on individualism and ethnic assimilation, on Judaism as an ethnically based collectivist group, what early Zionist Arthur Ruppin described as the destructive influence of European civilization on Judaism, because of its tendency to break down group barriers and lead eventually to assimilation and intermarriage. Moreover, as Slurskin notes, Jews are not really individualists at all. Even in the modern world, the tribal approach of the Jews in economic enterprises employs ethnic kinship as a central component, whereas the individualistic approach of the Europeans sees this as illegitimate. p. 43. The bottom line is that it is ridiculous to claim that Jews are individualists because they treat outsiders as individuals while acknowledging that they retain a powerful in-group consciousness, and are masters of ethnic networking. It is no stretch at all, however, to show that Jews have achieved a preeminent position in Europe and America, and Slurskin provides us with statistics of Jewish domination only dimly hinted at in the following examples from Europe in the late 19th century to the rise of National Socialism. Austria, all but one bank in fin de siècle Vienna was administered by Jews, and Jews constituted 70% of the Stock Exchange Council. Hungary, between 50 and 90% of all industry was controlled by Jewish banking families, and 71% of the most wealthy taxpayers were Jews. Germany, Jews were overrepresented among the economic elite by a factor of 33. Similar massive overrepresentation was also to be found in educational attainment and among professionals. For example, Jews constituted 62% of the lawyers in Vienna in 1900, 25% in Prussia in 1925, 34% in Poland, and 51% in Hungary. Indeed, the universities, free professions, salons, coffee houses, concert halls, and art galleries in Berlin, Vienna, and Budapest became so heavily Jewish that liberalism and Jewishness became almost indistinguishable. p. 63. Slurskin documents the well-known fact that, as Moritz Goldstein famously noted in 1912, we Jews administer the spiritual possessions of Germany. However, he regards Jewish cultural dominance, not only in Germany but throughout Eastern Europe and Austria, as completely benign. The secular Jews' love of Goethe, Schiller, and the other Pushkins, as well as the various northern forests they represented, was sincere and tender. p. 68. Their only sin was that their love of cultural icons transcended national and ethnic boundaries in an age of popular nationalism. For example, their promotion of German culture among the Czechs, Latvians, and Romanians. But this is far from the whole story. Jews were not simply lovers of Pushkin and Goethe. A major theme of anti-Jewish attitudes was that Jews were deeply involved in creating a culture of critique, that Jewish cultural influence was entirely negative and shattered the social bonds of the peoples they lived among. Slurskin cites Heinrich Heine as a prime example of a Jewish intellectual with sincere and tender love for German culture, but the Germans, from Wagner to von Treitschke to Chamberlain and Hitler, didn't see it that way. For example, Heinrich von Treitschke, a prominent 19th-century German intellectual, complained of Heine's mocking German humiliation and disgrace following the Napoleonic Wars and Heine's having no sense of shame, loyalty, truthfulness, or reverence. Nor does he mention von Treitschke's comment that what Jewish journalists write in mockery and satirical remarks against Christianity is downright revolting, about the shortcomings of the Germans, or, French, everybody could freely say the worst things, but if somebody dared to speak in just and moderate terms about some undeniable weakness of the Jewish character, he was immediately branded as a barbarian and religious persecutor by nearly all of the newspapers. Such attitudes were prominent among anti-Jewish writers and activists, reaching a crescendo with the National Socialists in Germany. Yet for Slurskin, if Jews did battle against various national cultures, and in the end, he acknowledges that they did this looks like an N-, not an M-, it was only because they realized that their Mercurian worldview was superior. Did they really want to transform themselves into thick-skulled peasants now that the actual peasants had, for all practical purposes, admitted the error of their ways? p. 74. Jews were not recognized as legitimate curators of the national culture, but their lack of acceptance means only that they are truly modern, deprived of the comforts of their tribe and not allowed into the new ones created by their Apollonian neighbors. They became the only true moderns. p. 75. A statement that accepts at face value the idea that the secular Jews who had become the custodians and main producers of culture had ceased to have a Jewish identification. Slurskin fails to provide any evidence at all for this claim, and in fact there is overwhelming evidence that it is false. The main weapons Jews used against national cultures were two quintessentially modern ideologies, Marxism and Freudianism, both of which countered nationalism's quaint tribalism with a modern, scientific, path to wholeness. p. 80. Slurskin correctly views both of these as Jewish ideologies functioning as organized religions, with sacred texts promising deliverance from earthly travail. While most of his book recounts the emergence of a Jewish elite under the banner of Marxism in the Soviet Union, his comments on psychoanalysis bear mentioning. Psychoanalysis moved to the United States to reinforce democratic citizenship with a much-needed new prop. In America, where nationwide tribal metaphors could not rely on theories of biological descent, Freudianism came in very handy indeed by erecting the explicitly therapeutic state, pages 79 to 80. The establishment of the explicitly therapeutic state was much aided by yet another Jewish intellectual movement, the Frankfurt School, which combined psychoanalysis and Marxism. The result was a culture of critique which fundamentally aimed not only at delegitimizing the older American culture, but even attempted to alter or obliterate human nature itself. The statistical connection between the Jewish question and the hope for a new species of mankind seems fairly strong. p. 90. And when people don't cooperate in becoming a new species, there's always murder. Slurskin describes Walter Benjamin, an icon of the Frankfurt School and darling of the current crop of postmodern intellectuals, with glasses on his nose, autumn in his soul and vicarious murder in his heart. p. 216, a comment that illustrates the fine line between murder and cultural criticism, especially when engaged in by ethnic outsiders. Indeed, on another occasion, Benjamin stated, hatred and the spirit of sacrifice are nourished by the image of enslaved ancestors rather than that of liberated grandchildren. Although Slurskin downplays this aspect of Jewish motivation, Jews' lachrymose perceptions of their history, their images of enslaved ancestors, were potent motivators of the hatred unleashed by the upheavals of the 20th century. Slurskin is entirely correct that Marxism, psychoanalysis, and the Frankfurt School were fundamentally Jewish intellectual movements. However, he fails to provide anything like a detailed account of how these ideologies served specifically Jewish interests, most generally in combating antisemitism, and subverting ethnic identification among Europeans. Indeed, a major premise of his treatment is that Jewish radicals were not Jews at all. Were Jewish radicals Jews? Slurskin recounts the vast overrepresentation of Jews in the radical left in Europe and America. His attempts to explain it cover some familiar ground: Jewish intellectual opposition to the status quo resulting from their marginal social status, Thorsten Veblen, Jewish leftism as a secular, universalized form of traditional Jewish messianism and rationalism in which Jewish leftists are descendants of the Old Testament prophets calling for social justice, Lev Sternberg, Dean of Soviet anthropologists, Jewish communists as recreating traditional Jewish culture forms, especially scriptural interpretation and intense teacher-student relationships, in a communist setting, historian Jaff Schatz. Slurskin's own contribution is to argue that Jewish radicals were in revolt against their families, rejecting the world of their fathers because it seemed to embody the connection between Judaism and anti-socialism, understood as commercialism, tribalism, and patriarchy. The real reason for their common revulsion was the feeling that capitalism and Jewishness were one and the same thing, pages 96, 98. Most Jewish rebels did not fight the state in order to become free Jews, they fought the state in order to become free of Jewishness, and thus free. p. 152. This is a very useful theory, of course, useful because it denies that Jewish radicals were Jews at all, that in fact they were anti-Jews, if not anti-Semites, and there's the rub. When Slurskin then goes on to recount the Jewish role as an elite in the most murderous regime in European history, we are led to believe that the only connection of those Jews with Jewishness is genealogical. Russian Jewish radicals, lovers of Pushkin and Tolstoy, as their counterparts in Poland, Hungary, and Germany loved Adam Mickiewicz, Sandor Pitofi, and Goethe, idealistically and selflessly set out to fashion a secular utopia of social justice by overcoming Apollonian backwardness even as they rejected their Jewish origins and all things Jewish. His evidence for this is rather thin, but even in the examples Slurskin uses to illustrate his point it is clear that these Jewish radicals hated everything about their national cultures except for one or two literary figures. The rest would have to go. As Exhibit A, Slurskin presents Georg Lukács, the son of a prominent Jewish capitalist, who describes his profound discontent with his father's way of life. But Lukács also expresses his hatred for the whole of official Hungary, how he extended his unhappiness with his father to cover the whole of Magyar life, Magyar history, and Magyar literature indiscriminately, save for Pitofi, p. 97. Ah, yes. Save for Pitofi. All else, the people and the culture, would have to go, by mass murder if necessary. Lazar Kaganovich, the most prolific Jewish mass murderer of the Stalinist era, is pictured at the end of his life reading Pushkin, Tolstoy, and Turgenev, pages 97 to 98, but rather than see this as an aspect of traditional Jewish hatred for non-Jews and their culture, souped up and rationalized with a veneer of Marxism, Slurskin explains these radicals as enlightened Mercurians who wished to destroy the old culture except for a few classics of modern literature. We may give thanks to know that Shakespeare would have survived the revolution. Another of Slurskin's examples is Lev Korpilev, a Soviet writer who witnessed and rationalized the Ukrainian famine as historical necessity, p. 230. Slurskin states categorically that Korpilev did not identify as a Jew, but his own material indicates the complexity of the matter. Korpilev identified himself on Soviet documents as Jewish but claimed that was only because he did not want to be seen as a cowardly apostate, and, after World War II, because he did not want to renounce those who had been murdered for being Jewish, p. 241. To the external world, Korpilev is a proud Jew, but to his close associates in his heart of hearts, he is only a communist and Soviet patriot. But of course many of his close associates were ethnic Jews, and he shed no tears for the Ukrainian and Russian peasants and nationalists who were murdered in the name of international socialism, even as he mourned the loss of Jews murdered because they were Jews. By World War II he had become a leading ideologue of Russian patriotism, p. 279, developing an acute sense of hurt and injustice on behalf of Russia, Russian history, and the Russian word, p. 280, as he attempted to rally the Russians to do battle with the Germans. Russian patriotism had suddenly become useful, much as, I would argue, harnessing the patriotism and high regard for military service among Americans has been useful for Jewish neoconservatives, eager to rearrange the politics of the Middle East in the interests of Israel. Ideology is a wonderfully effective instrument in the service of self-deception, or deception. Probably more typical of the Jewish identity of the Bolsheviks is the account of Vitaly Rubin, a prominent philosopher and an ethnic Jew, who recounted his career at a top Moscow school in the 1930s where over half the students were Jewish. Understandably, the Jewish question did not arise there. Not only did it not arise in the form of antisemitism, it did not arise at all. All the Jews knew themselves to be Jews but considered everything to do with Jewishness a thing of the past. I remember thinking of my father's stories about his childhood, Heder, Jewish elementary school, and traditional Jewish upbringing as something consigned to oblivion. None of that had anything to do with me. There was no active desire to renounce one's Jewishness. The problem simply did not exist. Pages 253 to 254. These Jews clearly have a Jewish identity, but they have been removed from traditional Jewish religious cultural forms. In such a predominantly Jewish milieu, there was no need to renounce their Jewish identity and no need to push aggressively for Jewish interests because they had achieved elite status. And yet, just prior to World War II, as Russians started replacing Jews among the political elite, and Nazism emerged as an officially anti-Jewish ideology, overt Jewish identity re-emerged. Following World War II, Israel began exerting its gravitational pull on Jews, much to the chagrin of a suspicious Stalin. The visit of Golda Meir in 1948, and the outpouring of Jewish support for Zionism that it aroused was a watershed event for Soviet Jewry. Stalin reacted to it by initiating a campaign against public Jews and Yiddish culture. It is interesting in this regard that the leading Soviet spokesmen on anti-Semitism were both ethnic Jews with non-Jewish sounding names, Emilian Yaroslavsky, Gubelman, and Yuri Lerin, Lurie. Both refer to Jews in the third person, p. 245, as if they themselves were not Jews. But when Lerin tried to explain the embarrassing fact that Jews were preeminent, overabundant, dominant, and so on, p. 251, among the elite in the Soviet Union, he mentioned the unusually strong sense of solidarity and a predisposition toward mutual help and support, p. 252 ethnic networking by any other name. Obviously, mutual help and support require that Jews recognize each other as Jews. Jewish identity may not have been much discussed, but it operated nonetheless, even if subconsciously, in the rarefied circles at the top of Soviet society. An example not presented by Slurskin is recounted in a report of 1950 to the Central Committee on Jewish Activities at an aircraft production facility. In a number of extremely important departments of the Central Aero Hydrodynamic Institute there are workers due to be substituted for political reasons. They gather around themselves people of the same nationality, impose the habit of praising one another, while making others erroneously believe that they are indispensable, and force their protégés through to high posts. Indeed, there is no other way to explain the extraordinary percentages of Jews throughout elite institutions, which became apparent when the purges began in the late 1940s, see below. High IQ and achievement motivation can only go so far, and cannot explain, for example, why, for example, in the late 1940s Jews made up 80% of the Soviet Academy of Science Institute of Literature, Pushkin House, p. 302, 42% of the directors of Moscow theaters, over half of Soviet circus directors, p. 301, or 8 of the top 10 directors of the Bolshoi theater. In the case of Pushkin House, the opponents of the dominant clique stated that it had been forged by long-lasting relationships of families and friends, mutual protection, homogeneous, Jewish, national composition, and anti-patriotic, anti-Russian, tendencies. The reality is that Jewish identity always becomes more salient when Jews feel threatened or feel that their interests as Jews are at stake, but Jewish identity becomes submerged when Jewish interests coincide with other interests and identities. This is a human universal and presumably accounts for the fact that the American founding fathers felt no need to carefully define the cultural and ethnic parameters of their creation. They assumed the racial and cultural homogeneity of the Republic and perceived no threat to its control by themselves and their descendants. The relative submergence of Jewish identity within the Jewish milieu in elite circles of the Soviet Union during the 1920s and 1930s is a poor indicator of whether or not these people identified as Jews or would do so when in later years Jewish and Soviet identities began to diverge, when National Socialism re-emphasized Jewish identity, or when Israel emerged as a beacon for Jewish identity and loyalty. A similar stance may be observed among present-day Jewish neoconservatives, who argue that the United States has a deep interest in democratizing the Middle East. The confluence of their interests as Jews in promoting the policies of the Israeli right wing and their construction of American interests allows them to submerge or even deny the relevance of their Jewish identity while posing as American patriots. But if Israeli and American policy began to diverge significantly, Jewish interests would almost certainly control their attitudes and behavior. Indeed, since neoconservative Zionism of the Likud Party variety is well known for promoting a confrontation between the US and the entire Muslim world, their policy recommendations best fit a pattern of loyalty to their ethnic group, not to America. In a previous work I advanced several reasons for supposing that Jews continued to identify as Jews in the USSR, none of which is challenged by Slurskin's treatment. 1. Persons were classified as Jews depending on their ethnic background, at least partly because of residual anti-Jewish attitudes. This would tend to impose a Jewish identity on these individuals and make it difficult to assume an exclusive identity as a member of a larger, more inclusive political group. 2. Many Jewish Bolsheviks, such as those in Evsektsiya, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, aggressively sought to establish a secular Jewish subculture. These phenomena are virtually ignored by Slurskin. 3. Very few Jews on the left envisioned a post-revolutionary society without a continuation of Judaism as a group. Indeed, the predominant ideology among Jewish leftists was that post-revolutionary society would end antisemitism, because it would end class conflict and the peculiar Jewish occupational profile. 4. The behavior of American communists shows that Jewish identity and the primacy of Jewish interests over communist interests were commonplace among individuals who were ethnically Jewish communists. 5. The existence of Jewish crypsis in other times and places, combined with the possibility that self-deception, identificatory flexibility, and identificatory ambivalence are important components of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. And in the end, despite the rationalizations of many Soviet Jews and Slurskin on Jewish identity, it was blood that mattered. By the time of World War II, most Jews knew that they were, in some sense, Jews. They may never have been to a synagogue, seen a menorah, heard Yiddish or Hebrew, tasted gefilte fish or indeed met their grandparents. But they knew they were Jews in the Soviet sense, which was also, in essence, the Nazi sense. They were Jews by blood, p. 286. They re-emerged as Jews to fight the Nazis and to solicit support of American Jews to pressure their government to enter the war and provide aid to the Soviet Union. Jewish spokesmen visited New York proclaiming that the Jewish people, ethnic or religious, communist, Zionist, or traditionalist, were one family, p. 290. Moreover, Slurskin leaves out an enormous amount of evidence that conflicts with his Jewish radicalism as patricide thesis, evidence indicating that in general Jewish radicals did identify as Jews and acted to promote specific Jewish interests. Certainly Jewish radicals often rejected their father's religion and their way of life, but all the evidence points to their identifying in different ways as Jews, not losing their Jewish identity to become de-ethnicized moral crusaders against capitalism. Slurskin uses Franz Boas to illustrate his patricide theory, because Boas was a radical Jew who recognized the shackles of tradition, p. 98. But he fails to note that Boas was hardly in rebellion against his own family. Boas was reared in a Jewish liberal family in which the revolutionary ideals of 1848 remained influential, and there is ample evidence of his strong Jewish identification and concern with antisemitism. Besides a few individual cases like Lukács and Boas, the only general evidence that Slurskin provides for the patricide thesis comes from Jaf Schatz's study of the generation of Jewish communists who dominated the communist movement in Poland beginning in the 1930s. But he provides a mangled account of Schatz's work. These Jews did indeed reject their parents' religion, but the result of their Yiddish upbringing was a deep core of their identity, values, norms, and attitudes with which they entered the rebellious period of their youth and adulthood. This core was to be transformed in the processes of acculturation, secularization, and radicalization, sometimes even to the point of explicit denial. However, it was through this deep layer that all later perceptions were filtered. Most of these individuals spoke Yiddish in their daily lives and had only a poor command of Polish even after joining the party. They socialized entirely with other Jews whom they met in the Jewish world of work, neighborhood, and Jewish social and political organizations. After they became communists, they dated and married among themselves, and their social gatherings were conducted in Yiddish. Their mentors and principal influences were other ethnic Jews, including especially Luxemburg and Trotsky, and when they recalled personal heroes, they were mostly Jews whose exploits achieved semi-mythical proportions. In general, Jews who joined the communist movement did not first reject their ethnic identity, and there were many who cherished Jewish culture and dreamed of a society in which Jews would be equal as Jews. It was common for individuals to combine a strong Jewish identity with Marxism as well as various combinations of Zionism and Bundism, a movement of Jewish socialists. Moreover, the attraction of Polish Jews to communism was greatly facilitated by their knowledge that Jews had attained high-level positions of power and influence in the Soviet Union, and that the Soviet government had established a system of Jewish education and culture. In both the Soviet Union and Poland, communism was seen as opposing anti-Semitism. In marked contrast, during the 1930s the Polish government enacted policies which excluded Jews from public sector employment, established quotas on Jewish representation in universities and the professions, and organized boycotts of Jewish businesses and artisans. Clearly, Jews perceived communism as good for Jews, and indeed a major contribution of Slurskin's book is to document that communism was good for Jews. It was a movement that never threatened Jewish group continuity, and it held the promise of Jewish power and influence, and the end of state-sponsored anti-Semitism. And when this group achieved power in Poland after World War II, they liquidated the Polish nationalist movement, outlawed anti-Semitism, and established Jewish cultural and economic institutions. Slurskin also fails to note that in the United States a strong Jewish identification was typical of Jewish radicals and that Jewish support for the left typically waxed and waned depending on specifically Jewish issues, particularly those related to anti-Semitism, and support for Israel. The Jewish Old Left was a recognized part of the Jewish community, and American Jewish leftists during the 1960s were the only leftists who didn't reject their parents. They really were red diaper babies. It is also remarkable that the revolutionary movement in Tsarist Russia ceased being anti-Jewish when Jews attained highly visible and prominent positions in the movement, even though workers and peasants participated in anti-Jewish pogroms from 1880 to 1905 and continued to harbor anti-Jewish attitudes. As Slurskin himself notes, Jews were the only group that was not criticized by the revolutionary movement, p. 157, even though most Russians, and especially the lower classes whose cause they were supposedly championing, had very negative attitudes toward Jews. When, in 1915, Maxim Gorky, a strong philo-Semite, published a survey of Russian attitudes toward Jews, the most common response was typified by the comment that the congenital, cruel, and consistent egoism of the Jews is everywhere victorious over the good-natured, uncultured, trusting Russian peasant or merchant, p. 159. There were concerns that all of Russia would pass into Jewish hands and that Russians would become slaves of the Jews. In the end, as Slurskin shows, as a result of the revolution this prediction was not far off the mark. But in any case, one would think that if radical Jews had ceased being Jews, they would have been severely critical of the Jewish role in the pre-Soviet economy. The other huge lacuna in Slurskin's presentation is that he portrays Jewish radicals as typically the offspring of successful Jewish capitalists, like Georg Lukács, who scorn their fathers and wish for nothing more than to destroy Judaism in order to achieve personal freedom and make the world safe for humanity. Marxism attributed Jewish patricide to the proletariat and urged the killing, more or less metaphorical, of the bad fathers, so as to emancipate the world from Judaism and make sure that no sons would have to kill their fathers ever again, p. 100. Because he wishes to portray Jews as quintessentially modern Mercurians, Slurskin repeatedly shows how Jews dominated the economy, the universities, and the culture of Eastern Europe. Indeed, his book is probably the best, most up-to-date account of Jewish economic and cultural preeminence in Europe and America that we have. But that is far from the whole story. A prime force resulting in Jewish radicalism was the grinding poverty of most Jews in Eastern Europe. Jews had overshot their economic niche. The economy was unable to support the burgeoning Jewish population in the sorts of positions that Jews had traditionally filled, with the result that a large percentage of the Jewish population became mired in poverty, along with much higher percentages of the non-Jewish population. The result was a cauldron of ethnic hostility, with governmental restrictions on Jewish economic activity and representation in educational institutions, rampant anti-Jewish attitudes, and increasing Jewish desperation. The main Jewish response to this situation was an upsurge of fundamentalist extremism that coalesced in the Hasidic movement and, later in the 19th century, in political radicalism and Zionism as solutions to Jewish problems. Slurskin devotes one line to the fact that Jewish populations in Eastern Europe had the highest rate of natural increase of any European population in the 19th century, p. 115, but this was an extremely important part of Eastern Europe's Jewish problem. Antisemitism, and the exploding Jewish population, combined with economic adversity, were of critical importance for producing the great numbers of disaffected Jews who dreamed of deliverance in various messianic movements, the ethnocentric mysticism of the Kabbalah and Hasidism, Zionism, or the dream of a Marxist political revolution. Jews emigrated in droves from Eastern Europe, but the problems remained. And in the case of the Marxists, the main deliverance was to be achieved not by killing Judaism, as Slurskin suggests, but by the destruction of the traditional societies of Eastern Europe as a panacea for Jewish poverty and for antisemitism. In fact, the vast majority of Jews in Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were hardly the modern Mercurians that Slurskin portrays them as being. Slurskin does note that well into the 20th century the vast majority of Eastern European Jews could not speak the languages of the non-Jews living around them, and he does a good job of showing their intense in-group feeling and their attitudes that non-Jews were less than human. But he ignores their medieval outlook on life, their obsession with the Kabbalah, the writings of Jewish mystics, their superstition and anti-rationalism, and their belief in magical remedies, amulets, exorcisms, demonic possession, dybbuk's, ghosts, devils, and teasing, mischievous genies. These supposedly modern Mercurians had an attitude of absolute faith in the person of the Tzaddik, their rabbi, who was a charismatic figure seen by his followers literally as the personification of God in the world. Attraction to charismatic leaders is a fundamental feature of Jewish social organization, apparent as much among religious fundamentalists as among Jewish political radicals or elite Jewish intellectuals. Bolshevism as a Jewish revolution. Slurskin's main contribution is to summarize previously available data, and to extend our understanding of Jewish dominance of the revolutionary movements before 1917, and of Soviet society thereafter. Oddly, he makes only a passing reference to Albert Lindemann's important Esau's Tears, which makes many of the same points. Not only were Jews vastly overrepresented among revolutionaries, they were particularly well represented at the top, among theoreticians, journalists, and leaders, p. 155. Radical Jews, like other Jews, were very talented, highly intelligent, hard-working, and in addition dedicated to creating effective ethnic networks. These traits propelled them to the top of radical organizations and made the organizations themselves more effective. But if Jews dominated radical and revolutionary organizations, they were immeasurably aided by philo-Semites like Gorky who, in Albert Lindemann's term, were Jewified non-Jews, a term, freed of its ugly connotations, that might be used to underline an often overlooked point. Even in Russia there were some non-Jews, whether Bolsheviks or not, who respected Jews, praised them abundantly, imitated them, cared about their welfare, and established intimate friendships or romantic liaisons with them. As noted above, many of the non-Jewish elite in the USSR had Jewish wives. What united the Jews and philo-Semites was their hatred for what Lenin, who had a Jewish grandfather, called the thick-skulled, boorish, inert, and bearishly savage Russian or Ukrainian peasant, the same peasant Gorky described as savage, somnolent, and glued to his pile of manure, p. 163. It was attitudes like these that created the climate that justified the slaughter of many millions of peasants under the new regime. Philo-Semites continued to be common among the non-Jewish elite in the USSR, even in the 1950s, when Jews began to be targeted as Jews. One such Philo-Semite was Pavel Sudoplatov, a Slav married to a Jew and with many Jewish friends, was a high-ranking secret police official with a great deal of blood on his hands. The only murder he unequivocally condemned in his memoirs was that of Paul Nichols, a Jewish ethnic activist associated with the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee. Figures like Gorky and Sudoplatov were critical to the success of Jews in the Soviet Union. This is a general principle of Jewish political activity in a diaspora situation, because Jews tend to constitute a tiny percentage of a society. They need to make alliances with non-Jews whose perceived interests dovetail with theirs. Non-Jews have a variety of reasons for being associated with Jewish interests, including career advancement, close personal relationships or admiration for individual Jews, and deeply held personal convictions. Gorky's love for the Jews, what Slurskin terms the bitter, ardent, and hopeless love of self-described Apollonians for beautiful Mercurians, p. 165, was boundless. Gorky saw Jews as possessors of heroic idealism, all-probing, all-scrutinizing. This idealism, which expresses itself in their tireless striving to remake the world according to new principles of equality and justice, is the main, and possibly the only, reason for the hostility toward Jews, quoted on p. 164. Despite the important role of Jews among the Bolsheviks, most Jews were not Bolsheviks before the revolution. However, Jews were prominent among the Bolsheviks, and once the revolution was underway, the vast majority of Russian Jews became sympathizers and active participants. Jews were particularly visible in the cities and as leaders in the army, and in the revolutionary councils and committees. For example, there were 23 Jews among the 62 Bolsheviks in the All-Russian Central Executive Committee elected at the Second Congress of Soviets in October 1917. Jews were the leaders of the movement, and to a great extent they were its public face. Slurskin quotes historian Mikhail Biza, who notes, commenting on the situation in Leningrad, that Jewish names were constantly popping up in newspapers. Jews spoke relatively more often than others at rallies, conferences, and meetings of all kinds. In general, Jews were deployed in supervisory positions rather than positions that placed them in physical danger. In a Politburo meeting of April 18, 1919, Trotsky urged that Jews be redeployed because there were relatively few Jews in frontline combat units, while Jews constituted a vast percentage of the Sheka at the front and in the executive committees at the front and at the rear. This pattern had caused chauvinist agitation in the Red Army, p. 187. Jewish representation at the top levels of the Sheka and OGPU, the acronyms by which the secret police was known in different periods, has often been the focus of those stressing Jewish involvement in the revolution and its aftermath. Slurskin provides statistics on Jewish overrepresentation in these organizations, especially in supervisory roles, and agrees with Leonard Shapiro's comment that anyone who had the misfortune to fall into the hands of the Sheka stood a very good chance of finding himself confronted with and possibly shot by a Jewish investigator, p. 177. During the 1930s, the secret police, then known as the NKVD, was one of the most Jewish of all Soviet institutions, p. 254, with 42 of its 111 top officials being Jewish. At this time 12 of the 20 NKVD directorates were headed by ethnic Jews, including those in charge of state security, police, labor camps, and resettlement, i.e., deportation. The Gulag was headed by ethnic Jews from its beginning in 1930 until the end of 1938, a period that encompasses the worst excesses of the Great Terror. They were, in Slurskin's words, Stalin's willing executioners, p. 103. The Bolsheviks continued to apologize for Jewish overrepresentation until the topic became taboo in the 1930s. And it was not until the late 1930s that there was a rise visibility and assertiveness of anti-Semites, ethnic nationalists, and advocates of proportional representation, p. 188. By this time the worst of the slaughters in the Gulag, the purges, and the contrived famines had been completed. The prominence of Jews in the revolution and its aftermath was not lost on participants on both sides, including influential figures such as Winston Churchill, who wrote that the role of Jews in the revolution is certainly a very great one, it probably outweighs all others. Slurskin highlights similar comments in a book published in 1927 by V.V. Shulgin, a Russian nationalist, who experienced firsthand the murderous acts of the Bolsheviks in his native Kiev in 1919. We do not like the fact that this whole terrible thing was done on the Russian back and that it has cost us unutterable losses. We do not like the fact that you, Jews, a relatively small group within the Russian population, participated in this vile deed out of all proportion to your numbers, p. 181, italics in original. Slurskin does not disagree with this assessment, but argues that Jews were hardly the only revolutionaries, p. 180. This is certainly true, but does not affect my argument that Jewish involvement was a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition, for the success of the Bolshevik Revolution and its aftermath. Slurskin's argument clearly supports the Jews as necessary condition claim, especially because of his emphasis on the leadership role of Jews. However, the claim that Jewish involvement was a necessary condition is itself an understatement because, as Shulgin noted, the effectiveness of Jewish revolutionaries was far out of proportion to the numbers of Jews. A claim that a group constituting a large proportion of the population was necessary to the success of a movement would be unexceptional. But the critical importance of Jews occurred even though Jews constituted less than 5% of the Russian population around the time of the revolution, and they were much less represented in the major urban areas of Moscow and Leningrad prior to the revolution because they were prevented from living there by the Pale of Settlement laws. Slurskin is correct that Jews were not the only revolutionaries, but his point only underscores the importance of philo-Semitism, and other alliances Jews typically must make in diaspora situations in order to advance their perceived interests. In 1923, several Jewish intellectuals published a collection of essays admitting the bitter sin of Jewish complicity in the crimes of the revolution. In the words of a contributor, I. L. Bikerman, it goes without saying that not all Jews are Bolsheviks and not all Bolsheviks are Jews, but what is equally obvious is that disproportionate and immeasurably fervent Jewish participation in the torment of half-dead Russia by the Bolsheviks, p. 183. Many of the commentators on Jewish Bolsheviks noted the transformation of Jews, in the words of another Jewish commentator, G. A. Landor, cruelty, sadism, and violence had seemed alien to a nation so far removed from physical activity. And another Jewish commentator, Yah. A. Bromberg, noted that the formerly oppressed lover of liberty had turned into a tyrant of unheard of despotic arbitrariness, the convinced and unconditional opponent of the death penalty not just for political crimes but for the most heinous offenses, who could not, as it were, watch a chicken being killed, has been transformed outwardly into a leather-clad person with a revolver and, in fact, lost all human likeness. Pages 183 to 184. This psychological transformation of Russian Jews was probably not all that surprising to the Russians themselves, given Gorky's finding that Russians prior to the revolution saw Jews as possessed of cruel egoism, and that they were concerned about becoming slaves of the Jews. Gorky himself remained a philo-Semite to the end, despite the prominent Jewish role in the murder of approximately 20 million of his ethnic kin, but after the revolution he commented that the reason for the current anti-Semitism in Russia is the tactlessness of the Jewish Bolsheviks. The Jewish Bolsheviks, not all of them but some irresponsible boys, are taking part in the defiling of the holy sites of the Russian people. They have turned churches into movie theaters and reading rooms without considering the feelings of the Russian people. However, Gorky did not blame the Jews for this. The fact that the Bolsheviks sent the Jews, the helpless and irresponsible Jewish youths, to do these things, does smack of provocation, of course. But the Jews should have refrained, p. 186. Those who carried out the mass murder and dispossession of the Russian peasants saw themselves, at least in their public pronouncements, as doing what was necessary in pursuit of the greater good. This was the official view not only of the Soviet Union, where Jews formed a dominant elite, but also was the more or less official view among Jewish intellectuals in the United States, p. 215, and elsewhere. It is still far more common for leftist intellectuals to bemoan McCarthyism than the horrors of the USSR. It is for the sake of creating a perfect human being, Apollonian in body and Mercurian in mind, that Levinson steels himself for doing what is necessary, including the requisitioning of a weeping farmer's last pig and the killing of a wounded comrade, too weak to be evacuated. The greater the personal responsibility for acts ordinarily considered evil, the more visible the signs of election and the inner strength they bespoke. Demonic as well as Promethean, Bolshevik commissars carried within them the pain of historical necessity, p. 194. Levinson, a character in A. Fediv's The Rout, 1926, a prominent example of socialist realism in the early Soviet period, is not ideologically Jewish, but there is little doubt that for reasons of both aesthetic and sociological verisimilitude, canonical Jewishness seemed an appropriate expression of the Bolshevik vision of disembodied consciousness triumphing over peasant inertia, p. 193. So it is not surprising that Gorky's mild rebuke of Jewish anti-Christian zealotry was too much for Esther Frumkina, a leader of the party's Jewish section. Frumkina accused Gorky of attacking Jewish communists for their selfless struggle against darkness and fanaticism, p. 187. In their self-perceptions, Jews are selflessly altruistic even when acting out ancient hatreds. The three great Jewish migrations of the 20th century. Slurskin's last and longest chapter describes the three great Jewish migrations of the 20th century, to Israel, to America, and to the urban centers of the Soviet Union. Slurskin perceives all three through the lens of heroic Jewish self-perception. He sees the United States as a Jewish utopia precisely because it had only a vestigial establishment tribalism, p. 209, that could not long inhibit Jewish ascendancy. The United States stood for unabashed Mercurianism, non-tribal statehood, and the supreme sovereignty of capitalism and professionalism. It was, rhetorically, a collection of homines rationalistic artificiales, a nation of strangers held together by a common celebration of separateness, individualism, and rootlessness. Immigration, p. 207. It was the only modern state, in which a Jew could be an equal citizen and a Jew at the same time. America offered full membership without complete assimilation. Indeed, it seemed to require an affiliation with the subnational community as a condition of full membership in the political nation, p. 207. Slurskin sees post-World War II America as a Jewish utopia but seems only dimly aware that Jews to a great extent created their own utopia in the US by undermining nativist sentiments that were common at least until after World War II. Slurskin emphasizes the Jewish role in institutionalizing the therapeutic state, but sees it as completely benign, rather than an aspect of the culture of critique that undermined the ethnic identities of white Americans. By bringing Freudianism to America and by adopting it, briefly, as a salvation religion, Jews made themselves more American while making America more therapeutic, p. 319. There is little discussion of the main anti-nativist intellectual movements, all of which were dominated by ethnically conscious Jews, Bayesian anthropology, Horace Callan and the development of the theory of America as a proposition nation, and the Frankfurt School which combined psychoanalysis and Marxism into a devastating weapon against the ethnic consciousness of white Americans. Nor does he discuss the role of Jewish activist organizations in altering the ethnic balance of the United States by promoting large-scale immigration from around the world. Slurskin also views the Jewish migration to Israel as heroic. In both Jewish Palestine, the Yish, and Soviet Russia, brotherhood stood for the full identity of all true believers, always the few against the many, and their complete identification with the cause, ardently desired and genuinely felt by most young Jews in both places. Eventually, both revolutions evolved in the direction of greater hierarchy, institutionalized militarism, intense anxiety about aliens, and the cult of generals, boy soldiers, and elite forces. But between 1917 and the mid-1930s they were overflowing with youthful energy and the spirit of fraternal effort and self-sacrifice. p. 212. The passage is remarkable both for its pinpointing the in-group/out-group nature of the psychology of traditional Jewish groups, freed now of the Torah and the synagogue, and for its description of the in-group psychology of mass murder, in the USSR, and ethnic cleansing, in the Middle East, as involving valiant self-sacrifice and pride in accomplishment. But Slurskin spends by far most of his energy in providing a fascinating chronicle of the Jewish rise to elite status in all areas of Soviet society, culture, the universities, professional occupations, the media, and government. In all cases, Jewish overrepresentation was most apparent at the pinnacles of success and influence. To take just the area of culture, Jews were highly visible as avant-garde artists, formalist theorists, polemicists, movie makers, and poets. They were among the most exuberant crusaders against bourgeois habits during the Great Transformation, the most disciplined advocates of socialist realism during the Great Retreat, from revolutionary internationalism, and the most passionate prophets of faith, hope, and combat during the Great Patriotic War against the Nazis, p. 225. And, as their critics noticed, Jews were involved in anti-Christian propaganda. Mikhail Bulgakov, a Russian writer, noticed that the publishers of Godless magazine were Jews. He was stunned to find that Christ was portrayed as a scoundrel and a cheat. It is not hard to see whose work it is. This crime is immeasurable, p. 244. Some of the juxtapositions are striking and seemingly intentional. On p. 230. Lev Korpilev is quoted on the need for firmness in confiscating the property of the Ukrainian peasants. Korpilev, who witnessed the famine that killed 7 to 10 million peasants, stated, "You mustn't give in to debilitating pity. We are the agents of historical necessity. We are fulfilling our revolutionary duty. We are procuring grain for our socialist fatherland. For the 5-year plan." On the next page, Slurskin describes the life of the largely Jewish elite in Moscow and Leningrad, where they attended the theater, sent their children to the best schools, had peasant women for nannies, spent weekends at pleasant dachas, and vacationed at the Black Sea. Slurskin describes the NKVD as one of the most Jewish of all Soviet institutions and recounts the Jewish leadership of the Great Terror of the 1930s, pages 254 and 255. On p. 256, he writes that in 1937 the prototypical Jew who moved from the Pale of Settlement to Moscow to man elite positions in the Soviet state probably would have been living in elite housing in downtown Moscow, with access to special stores, a house in the country, dacha, and a live-in peasant nanny or maid. At least once a year, she would have traveled to a Black Sea sanatorium or a mineral spa in the Caucasus, p. 256. Slurskin writes long and lovingly detailed sketches of life at the dachas of the elite, the open verandas overlooking small gardens enclosed by picket fences or wildly overgrown yards, p. 256, but the reader is left his own imagination to visualize the horrors of the Ukrainian famine and the liquidation of the gulags. As Slurskin notes, most of the Soviet elite were not Jews, but Jews were far overrepresented among the elite, and Russians far underrepresented as a percentage of the population. Moreover, the Jews formed a far more cohesive core than the rest of the elite because of their common social and cultural background, p. 236. The common understanding that the new elite had a very large Jewish representation resulted in pervasive anti-Jewish attitudes. In 1926, an agitprop report noted the sense that the Soviet regime patronizes the Jews, that it is the Jewish government, that the Jews cause unemployment, housing shortages, college admissions problems, price rises, and commercial speculation. This sense is instilled in the workers by all the hostile elements. If it does not encounter resistance, the wave of anti-Semitism threatens to become, in the very near future, a serious political question. p. 244. Such widespread public perceptions about the role of Jews in the new government led to aggressive surveillance and repression of anti-Jewish attitudes and behavior, including the execution of Russian nationalists who expressed anti-Jewish attitudes. These public perceptions also motivated Jews to adopt a lower profile in the regime, as with Trotsky, who refused the post of Commissar of Internal Affairs because it might lend further ammunition to the anti-Jewish arguments. From 1927 to 1932, Stalin established an ambitious public campaign to combat antisemitism that included 56 books published by the government and an onslaught of speeches, mass rallies, newspaper articles, and show trials aimed at eradicating the evil. p. 249. The decline of the Jews in the Soviet Union. Jews were able to maintain themselves as an elite until the end of the Soviet regime in 1991, this despite an official push for affirmative action-style programs to open up opportunities for the children of peasants and workers in the 1930s and to blunt the anti-Jewish feelings simmering at the lower levels of Soviet society. Jewish elite status persisted despite the Great Terror of the late 1930s, which disproportionately affected the political elite. On the whole, Jews were underrepresented as victims of the Great Terror. And although the Jewish percentage of the political elite did decline after the purges of the late 1930s and the promotion of former peasants and working-class Russians, this did not affect Jewish predominance as a professional, cultural, and managerial elite. Jews also retained their elite status despite Stalin's campaign in the late 1940s against Jewish ethnic and cultural institutions and their spokesmen. Jewish elite status remained even after the purge was expanded to all sectors of the Soviet elite, due at least partly to the widespread sense, among Russians, that the Great Victory, in World War II, entitled them to a greater role in decision-making. p. 306. Slurskin shows the very high percentages of Jews in various institutions in the late 1940s, including the universities, the media, the foreign service, and the secret police. For example, the deans of philosophers, historians, and legal scholars were ethnic Jews, and, as already noted, Jews constituted 80% of the Soviet Academy of Science Institute of Literature. As for the Jewish role as vanguard of the working class, Jews still made up 23% of the staff at the Trade Union Council's publication Trud even after a purge that cut their numbers in half. The campaign against the Jews began only after the apogee of mass murder and deportations in the USSR, and was much less lethal than those mounted against a long list of other ethnic groups, whose typical fate was deportation under the most brutal of circumstances: Cossacks, Chechens, Crimean Tatars, Volga Germans, Moldavians, Kalmyks, Karachai, Balkars, Ingush, Greeks, Bulgars, Crimean Armenians, Meskhetian Turks, Kurds, and Kemchins. The campaign against the Jews was also much less consistent and effective than the Soviet campaigns against the children of the former elite, the factory owners, the Cossack officers, and the middle classes and intelligentsia, had been. p. 308. Unlike the purges of the 1930s that sometimes targeted Jews as member of the elite, albeit at far less than their percentage of the elite, the anti-Jewish actions of the late 1940s and early 1950s were targeted at Jews because of their ethnicity. Similar purges were performed throughout Soviet-controlled Eastern Europe, pages 313 to 134. All three regimes, Poland, Romania, Hungary, resembled the Soviet Union of the 1920s insofar as they combined the ruling core of the old communist underground, which was heavily Jewish, with a large pool of upwardly mobile Jewish professionals, who were, on average, the most trustworthy among the educated and the most educated among the trustworthy. p. 314. Speaking of the situation in Poland, Khrushchev supported the anti-Jewish purge with his remark that you have already too many Abramoviches. Whereas in the 1920s and 1930s children of the pillars of the old order were discriminated against, now Jews were not only being purged because of their vast overrepresentation among the elite, but were being discriminated against in university admissions. Jews, the formerly loyal members of the elite and willing executioners of the bloodiest regime in history, now found themselves among the aliens, p. 310. Rather than rationalize their persecution as resulting from the iron laws of history, some Jews began to feel guilt for their former role. A Jewish woman writes that after her husband was arrested, her maid told her, "You are crying now, but you did not mind when my father was being exterminated for being a kulak, martyred for no reason at all, and my whole family thrown out in the street." p. 311. And so began the exodus of Jews. Stalin died and the anti-Jewish campaign fizzled, but the Jewish trajectory was definitely downhill. Jews retained their elite status and occupational profile until the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, but the special relationship between the Jews and the Soviet state had come to an end, or rather, the unique symbiosis in pursuit of world revolution had given way to a unique antagonism over two competing and incommensurate nationalisms, p. 330. A response of the Russians was massive affirmative action, p. 333, aimed at giving greater representation to underrepresented ethnic groups. Jews were targets of suspicion because of their ethnic status, barred from some elite institutions, and limited in their opportunities for advancement. The Russians were taking back their country, and it wasn't long before Jews became leaders of the dissident movement and began to seek to emigrate in droves to the United States, Western Europe, and Israel. Despite still possessing elite social status and far fewer disabilities than many groups, for example, the overwhelming majority of the Soviet population was not allowed to live in cities and some Christian sects were banned, Jews perceived their situation as unrelieved humiliation, p. 339. Overt antisemitism was encouraged by the more covert official variety apparent in the limits on Jewish advancement. Under these circumstances, Jews became in many ways the core of the anti-regime intelligentsia, p. 340. Jewish dissidents whose parents had run the gulags, the deportations, and the state-sponsored famines, now led the urgent call for social justice, p. 342. Jewish academics with cult followings, p. 342. A familiar Jewish pattern, and close ties to Western Jewish intellectuals became the intellectual vanguard and iconoclasts of the new culture of critique in the Soviet Union. Applications to leave the USSR increased dramatically after Israel's Six-Day War of 1967 which, as in the United States and Eastern Europe, resulted in an upsurge of Jewish identification and ethnic pride. The floodgates were eventually opened by Gorbachev in the late 1980s, and by 1994, 1.2 million Soviet Jews had emigrated, 43% of the total. By 2002, there were only 230,000 Jews left in the Russian Federation, 0.16% of the population. These remaining Jews nevertheless exhibit the typical Ashkenazi pattern of high achievement and overrepresentation among the elite, including 6 of the 7 oligarchs who emerged in control of the Soviet economy and media in the period of denationalization, p. 362. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this denouement did not result in any sense of collective guilt among Soviet Jews, p. 345, or among their American apologists. Indeed, American Jewish media figures who were blacklisted because of communist affiliations in the 1940s are now heroes, honored by the film industry, praised in newspapers, their work exhibited in museums. At the same time, the cause of Soviet Jews and their ability to emigrate became a critical rallying point for American Jewish activist organizations and a defining feature of neoconservatism, as a Jewish intellectual and political movement. For example, Richard Perle, a key neoconservative, was Senator Henry Jackson's most important security advisor from 1969 to 1979 and organized congressional support for the Jackson-Varnick Amendment linking U.S.-Soviet trade to the ability of Jews to emigrate from the Soviet Union. The bill was passed over strenuous opposition from the Nixon administration. Jewish activist organizations and many Jewish historians portray the Soviet Jewish experience as a sojourn in the land of the Red Pharaohs, p. 360. The historical legacy is that Jews were the passive, uncomprehending victims of the White Armies, the Nazis, the Ukrainian nationalists, and the post-war Soviet state, nothing more. The issue of Jewish culpability. Alexander Solzhenitsyn calls on Jews to accept moral responsibility for the Jews who took part in the Iron Bolshevik leadership and, even more so, in the ideological guidance of a huge country down a false path. And for the Jewish role in the Czech executions, the drowning of the barges with the condemned in the White and Caspian Seas, collectivization, the Ukrainian famine, in all the vile acts of the Soviet regime, quoted on p. 360. But according to Slurskin, there can be no collective guilt because Soviet violence, unlike the Nazi persecution of the Jews, was not tribal violence. Violence of the Soviet sort has no legitimate heirs, for either the victims or the perpetrators, p. 345. Slurskin acknowledges that Jews were the most enthusiastic ethnically defined supporters of the Soviet state, but he essentially argues that Jews were not really Jews when they were communists, at least until World War II caused them to be conscious of their Jewish identities. After all, the legacy of communism was almost as strongly committed to cosmopolitanism as it was to mass violence, p. 346. Again we see the importance of Slurskin's claims that Jewish communists lacked a Jewish identity. However, as demonstrated above, there can be little doubt that Soviet Jews thought of themselves as Jews, although they certainly were not religious Jews, and that they worked together on the basis of shared Jewish ethnic identity. Nevertheless, the critical issue for collective guilt is whether the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet state and the enthusiastic participation of Jews in the violence against what Slurskin terms rural backwardness and religion, p. 346, had something to do with their Jewish identity. This is a more difficult claim to establish, but the outlines of the argument are quite clear. Even granting the possibility that the revolutionary vanguard composed of Jews like Trotsky that spearheaded the Bolshevik Revolution was far more influenced by a universalist utopian vision than by their upbringing in traditional Judaism, it does not follow that this was the case for the millions of Jews who left the shtetl towns of the Pale of Settlement to migrate to Moscow and the urban centers of the new state. The migration of the Jews to the urban centers of the USSR is a critical aspect of Slurskin's presentation, but it strains credulity to suppose that these migrants threw off, completely and immediately, all remnants of the Eastern European shtetl culture which, Slurskin acknowledges, had a deep sense of estrangement from non-Jewish culture, and in particular a fear and hatred of peasants resulting from the traditional economic relations between Jews and peasants and exacerbated by the long and recent history of anti-Jewish pogroms carried out by peasants. Traditional Jewish shtetl culture also had a very negative attitude toward Christianity, not only as the central cultural icon of the outgroup, but as associated in their minds with a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. The same situation doubtless occurred in Poland, where the efforts of even the most de-ethnicized Jewish communists to recruit Poles were inhibited by traditional Jewish attitudes of superiority toward and estrangement from traditional Polish culture. In other words, the war against rural backwardness and religion was exactly the sort of war that a traditional Jew would have supported wholeheartedly, because it was a war against everything they hated and thought of as oppressing them. Of course, traditional shtetl Jews also hated the Tsar and his government due to restrictions on Jews and because they did not think that the government did enough to rein in anti-Jewish violence. There can be little doubt that Lenin's contempt for the thick-skulled, boorish, inert, and bearishly savage Russian or Ukrainian peasant was shared by the vast majority of shtetl Jews prior to the revolution and after it. Those Jews who defiled the holy places of traditional Russian culture and published anti-Christian periodicals doubtless reveled in their tasks for entirely Jewish reasons, and, as Gorky worried, their activities not unreasonably stoked the anti-Semitism of the period. Given the anti-Christian attitudes of traditional shtetl Jews, It is very difficult to believe that the Jews engaged in campaigns against Christianity did not have a sense of revenge against the old culture that they held in such contempt. Indeed, Slurskin reviews some of the works of early Soviet Jewish writers that illustrate the revenge theme. The amorous advances of the Jewish protagonist of Eduard Bagritsky's poem February are rebuffed by a Russian girl, but their positions are changed after the revolution when he becomes a deputy commissar. Seeing the girl in a brothel, he has sex with her without taking off his boots, his gun, or his trench coat, an act of aggression and revenge. I am taking you because so timid. Have I always been, and to take vengeance for the shame of my exiled forefathers and the twitter of an unknown fledgling. I am taking you to wreak my vengeance on the world I could not get away from. Slurskin seems comfortable with revenge as a Jewish motive, but he does not consider traditional Jewish culture itself to be a contributor to Jewish attitudes toward traditional Russia, even though he notes that a very traditional part of Jewish culture was to despise the Russians and their culture. Even the Jewish literati despised all of traditional Russian culture, apart from Pushkin and a few literary icons. Indeed, one wonders what would motivate the Jewish commissars to revenge apart from motives related to their Jewish identity. Traditional hostility toward non-Jews and their culture forms a central theme in the writings of Israel Shahak and many mainstream Jewish historians, including Slurskin, and I have presented summaries of this material elsewhere. An important aspect of Slurskin's general theoretical approach is that relationships between Mercurians and Apollonians involve mutual hostility, suspicion and contempt, and a sense of superiority, p. 20. These traditional attitudes were exacerbated by the increase in tensions between Jews and non-Jews beginning with the pogroms of 1881 and extending, with fits and starts, into the period of the Bolshevik Revolution. Slurskin's argument that Jews were critically involved in destroying traditional Russian institutions, liquidating Russian nationalists, murdering the Tsar and his family, dispossessing and murdering the kulaks, and destroying the Orthodox Church has been made by many other writers over the years, including Igor Shafarevich, a mathematician and member of the prestigious U.S. National Academy of Sciences, NAS. Shafarevich's review of Jewish literary works during the Soviet and post-Soviet period agrees with Slurskin in showing Jewish hatred mixed with a powerful desire for revenge toward pre-revolutionary Russia and its culture. But Shafarevich also suggests that the Jewish Russophobia that prompted the mass murder is not a unique phenomenon, but results from traditional Jewish hostility toward the non-Jewish world, considered trev, or unclean, and toward non-Jews themselves, considered subhuman, and as worthy of destruction. Both Shafarevich and Slurskin review the traditional animosity of Jews toward Russia, but Slurskin attempts to get his readers to believe that shtetl Jews were magically transformed in the instant of revolution, although they did carry out the destruction of traditional Russia, and approximately 20 million of its people. They did so only out of the highest humanitarian motives and the dream of utopian socialism, only to return to an overt Jewish identity because of the pressures of World War II. The rise of Israel as a source of Jewish identity and pride, and anti-Jewish policies and attitudes in the USSR. This is simply not plausible. The situation prompts reflection on what might have happened in the United States had American communists and their sympathizers assumed power. The red diaper babies came from Jewish families which around the breakfast table, day after day, in Scarsdale, Newton, Great Neck, and Beverly Hills have discussed what an awful, corrupt, immoral, undemocratic, racist society the United States is. Indeed, hatred toward the peoples and cultures of non-Jews and the image of enslaved ancestors as victims of antisemitism, have been the Jewish norm throughout history, much commented on, from Tacitus to the present. It is easy to imagine which sectors of American society would have been deemed overly backward and religious and therefore worthy of mass murder by the American counterparts of the Jewish elite in the Soviet Union, the ones who journeyed to Ellis Island instead of Moscow. The descendants of these overly backward and religious people now loom large among the red state voters who have been so important in recent national elections. Jewish animosity toward the Christian culture that is so deeply ingrained in much of America is legendary, As Joel Kotkin points out, for generations, American Jews have viewed religious conservatives with a combination of fear and disdain. And as Elliot Abrams notes, the American Jewish community clings to what is at bottom a dark vision of America, as a land permeated with antisemitism, and always on the verge of anti-Semitic outbursts. These attitudes are well captured in Stephen Steinleit's charge that the Americans who approved the immigration restriction legislation of the 1920s, the vast majority of the population, were a thoughtless mob, and that the legislation itself was evil, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, vilely discriminatory, a vast moral failure, a monstrous policy. In the end, the dark view of traditional Slavs and their culture that facilitated the participation of so many Eastern European shtetl Jews in becoming willing executioners in the name of international socialism is not very different from the views of contemporary American Jews about a majority of their fellow countrymen. There is a certain enormity in all this. The 20th century was indeed the Jewish century because Jews and Jewish organizations were intimately and decisively involved in its most important events. Slurskin's greatest accomplishment is to set the historical record straight on the importance of Jews in the Bolshevik Revolution and its aftermath, but he doesn't focus on the huge repercussions of the revolution, repercussions that continue to shape the world of the 21st century. In fact, for long after the revolution, conservatives throughout Europe and the United States believed that Jews were responsible for communism and for the Bolshevik Revolution. The Jewish role in leftist political movements was a common source of anti-Jewish attitudes among a great many intellectuals and political figures. In Germany, the identification of Jews and Bolshevism was widespread in the middle classes and was a critical part of the National Socialist view of the world. As historian Ernst Nolte has noted, for middle-class Germans, the experience of the Bolshevik Revolution in Germany was so immediate, so close to home, and so disquieting, and statistics seemed to prove the overwhelming participation of Jewish ringleaders irrefutably, that even many liberals believed in Jewish responsibility. Jewish involvement in the horrors of communism was also an important sentiment in Hitler's desire to destroy the USSR and in the anti-Jewish actions of the German National Socialist government. Jews and Jewish organizations were also important forces in inducing the Western democracies to side with Stalin rather than Hitler in World War II. The victory over National Socialism set the stage for the tremendous increase in Jewish power in the post-World War II Western world, in the end more than compensating for the decline of Jews in the Soviet Union. As Slurskin shows, the children of Jewish immigrants assumed an elite position in the United States, just as they had in the Soviet Union and throughout Eastern Europe and Germany prior to World War II. This newfound power facilitated the establishment of Israel, the transformation of the United States and other Western nations in the direction of multiracial, multicultural societies via large-scale non-white immigration, and the consequent decline in European demographic and cultural preeminence. The critical Jewish role in communism has been sanitized, while Jewish victimization by the Nazis has achieved the status of a moral touchstone and is a prime weapon in the push for massive non-European immigration, multiculturalism, and advancing other Jewish causes. The Jewish involvement in Bolshevism has therefore had an enormous effect on recent European and American history. It is certainly true that Jews would have attained elite status in the United States with or without their prominence in the Soviet Union. However, without the Soviet Union as a shining beacon of a land freed of official antisemitism where Jews had attained elite status in a stunningly short period, the history of the United States would have been very different. The persistence of Jewish radicalism influenced the general political sensibility of the Jewish community and had a destabilizing effect on American society, ranging from the paranoia of the McCarthy era, to the triumph of the 1960s countercultural revolution, to the conflicts over immigration and multiculturalism that are so much a part of the contemporary political landscape. It is Slurskin's chief contention that the history of the 20th century was a history of the rise of the Jews in the West, in the Middle East, and in Russia, and ultimately their decline in Russia. I think he is absolutely right about this. If there is any lesson to be learned, it is that Jews not only became an elite in all these areas, they became a hostile elite, hostile to traditional peoples and cultures of all three areas they came to dominate. Until now, the greatest human tragedies have occurred in the Soviet Union, but Israel's record as an oppressive and expansive occupying power in the Middle East has made it a pariah among the vast majority of the governments of the world. And Jewish hostility toward the European-derived people and culture of the United States has been a consistent feature of Jewish political behavior and attitudes throughout the 20th century. In the present, this normative Jewish hostility toward the traditional population and culture of the United States remains a potent motivator of Jewish involvement in the transformation of the U.S. into a non-European society. Given this record of Jews as a hostile but very successful elite, I doubt that the continued demographic and cultural dominance of Western European peoples will be retained either in Europe, or the United States and other Western societies without a decline in Jewish influence. Perhaps more obviously, the same might be said vis-à-vis the Palestinians and other Arab peoples in the Middle East. The lesson of the Soviet Union, and Spain from the 15th to 17th centuries, is that Jewish influence does wax and wane. Unlike the attitudes of the utopian ideologies of the 20th century, there is no end to history.